litmus test Sunday for the Miami Heat. Seriously, it was ugly for a little while there. My cousin Vladimir Lewis with me, by the way. I'm Dan Day. It was ugly there for a little while. There was a stretch where it was the longest losing streak in over a decade for the Miami Heat, but got to trust in Jimmy Butler, Bam Adebayo, Tyler Hero, right? Eric Spoelstra, Pat Riley. They're going to get things fixed, and they kind of did. They took care of a good Sacramento Kings team, although not exactly a seasoned Sacramento Kings team. And then they eked by Washington, and I don't want to hear, oh, man, that was a terrible win. A win's a win in the NBA. I don't care what anybody says. Today, though, the big bad Clippers come to town. And I didn't say that a couple of weeks ago because they look terrible, the Clippers. But lately, the Clippers looking pretty good. Today, this is a chance. Vlad, are we going to say this? If the Heat win, all right, we've righted the ship. But if they lose, we go, whoa, there's some problems. And there is a trade deadline on Thursday, by the way. What are we saying?
You gotta look at the trade deadline. You just want to go to the All-Star break playing better basketball than you did in the month of January. So, yeah, that's pretty much it. It's gonna be a good game today. We'll see. If everybody plays, we'll see.
Well, the Heat, this is one positive. And, I'm always trying to look at the positive side. The Heat have gotten somewhat healthy. I don't think they're 100%. I don't think Jaime Jaquez Jr. is 100%. He has not looked like the Jaime Jaquez Jr. of old, if you want to say, before that re-injuring of the groin. Nonetheless, I do want to say that they are getting healthier. Maybe they'll start to gel, and maybe they're going to go on a run. There's going to be ebbs and flows in every season. We know that, but hopefully we get a little flow going right now, start winning some games, and the Heat start looking like the Heat we want them to be. Today, to me, this is a litmus test. Vlad, I mean, I know the season doesn't hinge on this game.
First of all, it can't be a litmus test.
It is, absolutely.
It's not a litmus test. They don't listen. This is the Heat, bro. They get their act together once the postseason comes. Nobody wants to play them, so it's not even. There's no litmus test. It's only a test right now to see. Do you roll with this current squad right now, or do you have to make a move? And what is the move that you will need to make going to Thursday's trade deadline?
Yeah, there's a lot of people out there talking, saying that this big three is not getting it done. In fact, they weren't a big three last year in the playoffs when they made a run. So it's very interesting to see what this trade deadline.
I just know that they don't want, like, from what they're saying, they don't want to do that playing again. They want to get one of the 6 seeds. So that's why they just want to get their stuff together so that they don't have to go through the stress of the playing.
And Doc Rivers got his first win as the Bucks coach the other night.
That was a good game last night.
And he's named the All-Star game head coach for the East.
How does that happen?
I think Doc even was like, all right, come on. Come on.
I know Missoula can't do it because he coached last year.
Right. And there it is. Second best team in the East. Best record. Second best record.
That's ridiculous.
I mean, a guy who's 1-2 and lost to the Blazers? Okay. Nonetheless, should be very interesting tonight to see what goes down with our Miami Heat. They're going to be getting things started with Alejandro Solana with preheat. That is going to be at 4:45. Vlad and I are going to be taking you up to there. Then Tommy Ty going to have the pregame. Jason Jackson, Amy Audibert going to have the call. Tommy Ty, Alejandro Solana going to have your post game. I know, Vlad, people are already jumping on the YouTube and the Twitch. They want to know what happened to your Knicks last night with the LA Lakers.
We lost. We can't win them all. Fourth quarter, they just couldn't make no shots, and LA played better defense, and we still need our guys to come back. But it was a great 9-game winning streak, and continue back on Tuesday.
Yeah, once again, not the ending of a season. Very good team. You have a very good team there. That Jalen Brunson, like I said the other day, were you here, Vlad? I can't keep my day straight. Or I can't keep straight who I'm talking to half the time. That I said, man, if the Mavericks could do it all over again.
Yeah, we talked about that.
They would take Jalen Brunson over Kyrie Irving, right?
Yeah.
I think Jalen Brunson right now is a better player than Kyrie Irving.
Right now, you would take him right now.
Are you willing to say Jalen Brunson's a better player than Kyrie Irving overall?
Right now?
Considering everything, not just skill-wise.
Jalen Brunson's a top 10 player right now.
Because Kyrie Irving, skill-wise,
Kyrie,
unbelievable.
He's probably the second most skilled basketball players playing right now.
Behind Kevin Durant?
Yeah.
How did they be on the same team? How are they on the same team?
It was bad from the start, bro.
Didn't win anything.
It was bad from the start.
When I say they didn't win anything, They won like one playoff series.
You know what? You know why it was bad? Because everybody saw the conversation they had during the All-Star game one time during the hallway,
Mhm.
and they were like, "Oh my God, if Kyrie and KD were trying to link up." From the jump, people were saying if Kevin Durant leaves the Warriors and Steph Curry is the dumbest thing he ever did. And he went to Brooklyn, and I mean, when they did play together, the big three, including Harden, they were good,
Yeah, they were.
but they were never healthy.
Right.
And the same problem with the Clippers team right now. They're playing great basketball, but one of those four gentlemen, their big four, can fall apart easily.
What's happened? Kevin Durant, for being as super talented as he has, outside of his run with the Warriors, has kind of been disappointing.
Yeah.
I mean, what he did with OKC when he was young, I thought that was impressive. You can't take that away from him. He was learning how to play, he was learning how to win. But since then, even with the Suns now, they've been underperforming. It's been very odd, very strange. Doesn't stop them from whooping up on the Heat. I'll give him credit for that. Saw that bad matchup a mile away. We talked about that a couple times, but So over the next couple hours, we're going to be talking about this Heat Clippers game, the trade deadline coming up. Going to talk some more Dolphins stuff. There's a few, different things that are
Anthony
going on.
Weaver, baby.
It's a done deal.
It's donezo. It's
Some
El
sources
Finito.
are saying that it's not, but most sources are saying it's done. And when Vlad,
Wait a minute. Time out.
where there's smoke, there's fire.
Hold on. Are they doing this again? Did they do the same crap last year with Fangio?
Yeah.
So what's going on here? Is Weaver the defensive coordinator or not?
He is.
Okay, that's it.
This is the thing. I'm seeing the reason they hired Anthony Weaver and they didn't go after Leslie Frazier and those guys is that too many Chiefs, not enough Indians. Pardon if that's a antiquated term. I think Mike McDaniel was like, I already made this mistake. I hired a guy with a lot of experience. I had head coaching experience, and we butted heads. He didn't listen to me. I want a guy that I can hire that is going to be working with me, not against me. So that's why they didn't get Leslie Frazier. He's in Seattle now. Kudos to him. I think he's a great coach. I think that's why they went after Anthony Weaver. And it's one of those things, stay in your lane, know your role. Sometimes that is the best thing for a team. It's not always about getting the best coach. It's about getting the best coach that fits your system. A new school guy, it's got some experience, that's had some success.
You think McDaniel felt threatened by Fangio?
Absolutely.
Oh,
no, actually, I think he was pissed off at Fangio. I've walked you through this theoretical situation. Mike McDaniel walks up, Vic Fangio. Hey, how about next time Stephon Diggs cooks Cater Kahoo over and over again, you switch over and put X on him. Son, I'll do what I want to do. I'm a grown man. You're a kid. I was a head coach. I'm the defensive coordinator. He big boyed him. I think that I don't have any evidence of this. I think he did. And I think Mike McDaniel tried, and then finally was like, you know what? Let's just get through this season. Problem is, you and I both agree that defense was good, even though it was very injured at the end of the year. It was very good, though. I thought it was very good.
It was literally what was winning games for this team. Sure. Yeah. But also lost a big one to Tennessee.
Yeah, almost gave it away against Dallas, too. Let's not forget about that. They drove the field at the second to last series of the game. Man, my toupee is out of control today.
What is going on with you? Over, under, and hair flips is like
1,000. 1,000.
You're going over in the first segment. This is a 4 1/4 show.
You haven't noticed, man. Last night kind of got to me a little bit. This morning too, but nonetheless.
Oh, how was Gotham night?
Man, good effort by them. It was good effort, but not crazy good. It was weird. It was very weird, Vlad. They turned a cafe into a club, and then the sound system was a little off, and ended up at the Anderson. Later on, we're gonna, because both places only took a credit card. I have no idea how much I spent last night. Over under, we're gonna go and surprise myself by how much I spent last night on drinks.
Did you have a vegan drink?
I don't know. Beer is always vegan, so yeah, I did.
Just saying, you usually have a habit of.
I got some vegan tacos that I didn't eat either, so there you go. And then they had a party at the Anderson, and they invited me because I let the birthday girl, go ahead of me in line in the bathroom, and they're like, go get yourself some cake and go get yourself some tacos. I was like, I'm drinking right now, but okay, thank you. But I mean, that's what you're supposed to do, right? But you let the birthday girl go first.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's cool. She offered me some strawberry shortcake. Man, I cannot. No, I can wait to see how much I spent last night.
What type of strawberry shortcake?
It was like a big sheet
Oh,
of
the actual
strawberry
no.
cake.
Okay, I thought it
Yeah,
was
yeah, yeah,
maybe
yeah.
a name of a
No.
of a
I'm not
strand.
using euphemisms here. I'm using straight up, man.
No, I'm just talking about maybe it was the name of a strand.
Oh yeah, no. I didn't do any of that last night. Maybe tonight. We'll see. I was gonna put. Never mind. Let's get to the headlines. The Heat look to win 3 in a row tonight at 6 when they host the Clippers. Of course, that trade deadline is Thursday. We're going to talk about that. There were whispers, Vlad, whispers. Nobody believed them, though. Well, actually, Kendrick Perkins came out and said the Heat should trade Jimmy Butler to a contender. The Knicks' name was thrown around. That would be a weird mix, though.
You got to understand right now, this is the week before the Super Bowl. They need things to talk
Right.
about. New York was winning and Miami was struggling. And
I mean, it got some play, but Kendrick Perkins honestly couldn't have in his mind thought that there was a possibility that the Heat would ever trade Jimmy Butler or Bam Adebayo. They made it very clear for the past 2 years that they wouldn't do that.
What are they going to do on Thursday? I know you're doing your headlines, but the big question is they got to make a move on Thursday.
We're going to talk about that. What do you do? Because I keep asking people and saying, Terry Rozier, is he still getting acclimated, or is this what we can expect from him? And no one gives me a straight answer. All the pundits. Maybe Alejandro Solano will be running by. I know he's listening right now. When he runs by, I might drag him in here and say, what can we realistically expect going forward from Terry Rozier?
Think he's going to come today to the studio?
Yeah.
You sure?
The only reason he didn't come the other day, he had a migraine. And he was trying to duck me because I wanted to invite him to go to Zay Zay with me the other night. And you didn't want to go to Goth Night last night.
No.
You want to watch the Lakers game?
Yes. Everything was good for 3
Are you coming
quarters.
to a Super Bowl party? Because I need to make arrangements.
Is there a Super Bowl? What Super Bowl party?
Me and my dude, Giuseppe, Nathan, the crew, going to get together and watch the Super Bowl. You're invited. But if you're coming, I got to make arrangements. I got to go see him today and kind of get iron out the details. Because, look, Vlad, I've already warned them about you. You can go. That's all I warned them about.
Listen, I will let you know I have been invited to 2 parties that I kind of
okay.
But I will try to make my way because here's the thing, though.
Oh, I thought
are we working that Sunday?
We're probably gonna get off the air. I think
Yeah, that's the thing.
Get off the air.
Well, that's
I
the
live
thing.
right down the street.
I know. I drop you off a lot.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. You're my personal Uber driver. Except we cut out the middleman, which is not illegal. That's legal, right? Is it? I don't want to. I already admit to enough crimes on the air. Let's.
We'll see. We'll see. No, but thanks for the invitation.
I just need to know, man, because I'm going to see him after this, and I'm getting everything ready. I'll tell you about some of the stuff I can talk about. I'm going to buy one of those little mini Dos Equis kegs that hold 19 pints. So we're going to have draft beer. And then, whatever else. I don't know.
The Dos Equis you can never go wrong with the Dos Equis.
Especially draft. 19 pints. I figure between however many people, we'll definitely finish that. That's not a problem. I mean, I can probably drink 12 by myself, Okay, nonetheless, I'm getting sidetracked, but just keep it in mind. Let me know.
Thank you.
Let me know because, like I said,
I will.
I need to draw, do things. ESPN, and now it's pretty much official. The Dolphins have hired Ravens assistant head coach Anthony Weaver as their defensive coordinator. Good things. Canes men's basketball team came from behind last night to defeat Virginia Tech 82-74. Next up, they play Virginia tomorrow, 7:00 at the John Paul Jones Center. I'm guessing not named after the Led Zeppelin bassist, but maybe. I don't know.
Or the Pope.
I don't know if the Pope was ever named John Paul Jones, but Pope John Paul II and the first. The first didn't live very long, though.
I'm just trying.
It's Sunday. Yeah, I know.
It's Sunday.
The Serie del Caribe continues today at Lone Depot Park. 3:30. It's Venezuela versus Puerto Rico. I don't know who to cheer for. No, I mean, that's somewhere we need to be.
But here's the thing, though. You're right. I looked at some of the lineups, and some guys used to play. Yet you're
a lot of free agents.
A lot of free agents who are a little past their prime. If they say that they're 38, they might be 42.
I saw Jurickson Profar playing for Carousel yesterday, and I was like, he was a marginal player for the Rangers for a while. Still in the league, though. But, I mean, who do you cheer for, Venezuela or Puerto Rico at 3:30 today?
Both.
I love both. I love both countries. I mean, Puerto Rico probably has a little better food than Venezuela, but still. I don't know why food would factor into this. Then at 8:00, Mexico versus Dominican Republic. Once again, I don't know who to cheer for.
I gotta cheer for my fellow country Island mates.
DR?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Even though they hate us.
Do y'all hate each other?
Yeah, for some reason.
I guess because you're neighbors.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'm sure for Mexico.
But
Then.
we love them too.
If DR is going to hate on my family, I'm going to hate on them.
Yeah, we good.
That's the thing. If I have a choice between going to Haiti or the DR, I'm going to Haiti, man. I'm serious.
I would go to Haiti as well.
I can get
But
around Haiti
as
easier.
a single man, I'm going to the DR.
I mean, as a single man, you should probably go to Colombia, but I'm just.
It's same thing as the DR.
Have you been watching Griselda?
No.
I've heard that the writing is horrendous. Both English and Spanish, horrendous. I haven't watched it. I'm not going to watch it for two reasons. Number one, everyone's watching it. They think
that's pretty much
They think they're all high and mighty. It's amazing. It's great.
And here's the other
fantastic.
Here's the other thing. Solana gave it a vote of approval.
Yeah, that's another
and
reason.
so that's when Solana gives a something approval. I'm not trusting it. He said it's better than Scarface.
Well,
first of all, let's all be real.
That's not apples and apples right there.
Let's all be real here. Let's keep it a buck.
Let's keep it a buck. Let's go. I'm not watching it. Go ahead.
Scarface is not really a great movie, but it is such an iconic,
right? Okay,
cultural.
Once again,
it's a cultural iconic movie that it's good.
Once again,
so nothing could ever be that.
Once again, that is Vlad saying that, but I'm not denying it. Once again, Vlad saying that, not denying it. You're right.
No, if you listen, there's a lot of movies that
you've got an Italian dude playing a Cuban dude.
There's a lot of movies I've watched growing up from the 80s that if you watch it now as a grown up, you're like, wow, this movie wasn't good. The only thing that still holds, the form is like Back to the Future,
Wayne's World,
Big Trouble in Little China. Always. That's forever going to be stamped.
You know who the star of Scarface was? The best character, though. Michelle Pfeiffer. A coked out skinny white girl.
She left me in the morning. I love that.
She lived it. Yo, it's so polluted. I can't have kids.
I loved it. But listen, shout out to Sofia Vergara.
Hey, much respect. That's another problem I have with Griselda. She did not look like Sofia Vergara, okay? I remember looking, I was like, wait a second. I remember her being kind of a bigger, dumpier, roly-poly woman. And Griselda's dead, so she's not coming to kill me. Nicki Minaj neither, and I'm not making fun of Nicki Minaj either. Nonetheless, that is not a representation of Griselda, by the way. Come at me if I'm wrong. 305-567-0562.
The only Griselda I like is Betty the Butcher.
Another thing. This is not a show about women's empowerment. I don't want to hear that. That's not a good thing. What Griselda was.
I heard she's doing crack in the movie. She lost control.
Yeah.
Listen,
a
shout out to that
killer that killed a lot of people and killed a lot of people with drugs. That is not a women's empowerment movement. I'm sorry.
Listen.
I will watch it.
Listen, I will watch it. Eventually, I will watch it. But there's no time soon. You know what I just finished watching? Ted Lasso.
That's supposed to be awesome.
I was late
to the party. That's an uplifting story.
That's late to the party.
I heard it's one of the greatest shows of all time.
Love Ted Lasso.
Arsenal's beating Liverpool right now. Go ahead.
Nice.
1-0.
Okay.
Chelsea got there. Handed by Wolves 4-2.
Terrible loss.
Ooh, February 25th. You want to roll? We're going to King's Head Pub.
Yeah, you said that, yeah.
And I'm going to have to buy because Chelsea is not beating Liverpool.
And Kylian Mbappe is going to Real Madrid.
To Real Madrid, yeah. We already knew that was going to happen, though.
I mean, come on, man.
French people. What are you going to do?
That's been rumored for like the last 2 to 4 years.
He's been trying to get out of the contract. I mean, I don't think there was ever like hiding it. Where we've really gone. How are we going to be off the rails all day? Is that one of the things we're doing?
It's 5 hours, bro.
Why
5
focus?
hours.
Why focus? We literally have 5 hours to just meander around. Okay. Inter Miami, they did defeat Hong Kong 4-1 this morning. Leo Campana got a goal. Leo Messi did not play, prompting boos from the crowd.
Man, the man's 36 years old, man. Relax.
I do feel for Messi in a way. And once again, why are you sorry for Messi? He is almost obligated to play every single game because people are buying tickets to see him, not Inter Miami. Well, the ticket doesn't say Leo Messi. It says Inter Miami. So if you don't get him, don't boo.
That's why I always love wrestling cards. They always said cards subject to change.
Yes.
Hey,
there's no promise that Messi's going to play.
It's no promise. I know it stinks. I know people pay money, but
Vlad, I don't pay to see players.
I pay to see the game.
I pay to see the game. People always do this. Ooh, Steph Curry's coming to town. What? Get the hell out of here. If you want to see Steph Curry, go to one of his autograph signings. And then if he doesn't show up, then you can get mad. I go to see games. Preferably, I like going to crappy games because I have a better chance of watching my team win. Like when, I shouldn't say Memphis comes to town because Memphis beat us the other day. But somebody garbage comes to town, I'm going to that game because the crowd's probably going to be a little lighter. Awesome. And my team's probably going to win. I don't need to see Phoenix. Ugh.
If you support your team, you go watch the team. Like, don't be upset tonight if James Harden doesn't play. He had a night out last night.
Yeah.
Don't be upset.
No, don't be mad. Who cares? I mean, who knows? Every once in a while, some guys will play. Kawhi Leonard might not play. He's been known to not play some games every once in a while. Are you going to be upset if Kawhi Leonard doesn't play?
No.
Team Matthews, they defeated Team McDavid 7-4 last night in the NHL All-Star game. The Panthers, though, they're making moves. Even though they've got a break, they have partnered with Publix for a new Panthers sub.
Ooh, a Panthers sub?
I know. I'm guessing Tuesday when they play Philadelphia, the catering in the press area will be Panther subs.
I might have to get. Oh, I'm working the game.
Oh, well, might have to make it out there for.
I might have to make it out there sooner or later.
But the Panther sub, Publix, you got to give Publix credit. Not only is it a great place to shop, and
they got great wings.
They just and they do it for the community. They're like Flanagan's.
And they got great subs.
Flanagan's and Publix do it for the community. Do it for the kids, man. They're like Wu-Tang.
And good bread.
Could you compare Publix and Flanagan's to Wu-Tang?
No.
Not at all?
No.
Okay. The Pro Bowl begins at 3:00 in Orlando.
Oh, my God.
Tua, Tyreek, Alec Ingold, and Raheem Mostert have been named starters, if that means anything.
Are we watching this game and really going to criticize everything that Tua
doesn't have what it takes to win a Pro Bowl game, flag football game in Orlando that nobody cares about? He doesn't have what it takes. Trade him. Get Justin Fields. If you've not noticed on X, I've been going back and forth about Justin Fields. I don't know how I got trapped into a Justin Fields for Tua conversation, but I'm defending my take that Tua is better than Justin Fields. And I'm kind of getting heat for it.
You've been pushing that.
Well, no, I've been pushing that we shouldn't trade for Justin Fields. They should get Caleb Williams, which they will.
No, they won't. Caleb has just said he doesn't want to go to Chicago. He would like to go to Washington or Vegas.
Well, they still might draft him and trade him.
I think they're gonna have to draft. They're gonna have to trade him. He's pulling an Elway. He's pulling an Eli.
All right, he's not that good. I mean, not that Eli was. Well, though. Yeah. Is Caleb Williams that good? Is he going to be that good? I think he's going to be.
Here's the thing. I think he's going to be good.
I think he's going to be a really good.
I think he's going to be very good, but I don't know if I want to go with the headache. He's a little kind of, cry.
My thing is,
you don't want to cry. You gonna cry to your mommy?
Yeah, he did cry. He did cry to his mom. He did cry to his mom.
What's wrong with you, boy?
He's shown a lot of loyalty too. He left Oklahoma in a heartbeat.
No, I understand that. Go with Lincoln.
Yeah, I'll say this, and it sounds brash and whatnot. If you don't want to play for us, we don't want to play with you. We can find other guys.
Well, listen, you got a quarterback. And I know we're just bouncing around because we have a lot. There's not really much to talk about.
I'm really not very focused today, if you haven't noticed.
I get that. But you have a quarterback who's improved over the last 3 years, but there is a quarterback that is, people are saying, the next Patrick Mahomes. But if he doesn't want to come to your team, and you got a good team right now, and they got money.
Whatever happened to the days of you play where you're drafted and you go ahead and do it?
Yeah. Those were back in the days, Bree. What's wrong with you?
I don't know. FAU, though, they rolled past Tulsa 102-70. They're ranked 20th in the country right now.
They were inside the top 10, and they lost. After that Arizona loss, it was over.
They beat Arizona, yeah. Good game. Okay. Let's go ahead real quick and take a step into the day spa. Yes. Get this, Vlad. A woman, she is divorcing her husband because she needs a break from her kid. She's going to give the man joint custody, and she says she has a much-deserved, needed break.
Where is this at? Asia?
It's America, baby.
Oh, wait. So she's divorcing her husband.
For the only sole reason she needs a break from mothering all the time. Could have joint custody. She says she deserves it.
Oh my God.
Tua Tagovailoa, is he a Dolphin for life? Some people are saying, including Tua, that he wants to get this contract said and done in the offseason. We're going to take a look at that next here on Sports Day 560 WQAM.
WQAM broadcasting live from the
your smart speaker.
There's such thing. There's such thing.
I think Eminem was playing this in his head, in his suite, and the Lions were losing.
They were giving that bad boy away the other day. 1 week ago. All right, Vlad, you need to make a decision now if you come to the Super Bowl party or not, because I got a pocket full of cash, and I got to know how much I got to spend for the Super Bowl. My treat.
This guy.
Not to put you on the spot.
Yeah, all right.
Nonetheless. Speaking of Super Bowls, is Tua the guy? Could he one day lead the Dolphins or a team to the Super Bowl? Well, Barry Jackson of the Miami Herald has written a couple of articles on the whole Tua Tagovailoa topic. It's amazing. There always seems to be information and fuel for the fire when it comes to Tua. 6 analysts have weighed in on if Tua should get that long-term extension from the Miami Dolphins. You want to start with Dan Orlovsky?
D.O. I think D.O. says yes.
You are correct. He says the amount of money
I love D.O.
is the part you've got to figure out with the contract extension. Once again, it's all about the money. But he should be their quarterback. He's not a perfect player. He's good to he's a good to a really good player, and the Dolphins haven't had that in a long time. I'm in the school with Dan Orlovsky. It's all about the money. It's not about whether Tua should be your quarterback or not. It's about how much you should pay him, because the other options out there aren't that great. I don't think Justin Fields is the answer.
All right. You don't think Justin Fields is the answer?
No.
Okay, so all right. Who's the highest paid quarterback right now? Is it Herbert or Burrows? One of those two.
One of those two. I mean, it switches every day.
It's like $52 million.
Right.
Do you think Tua is a $50 million quarterback?
That's what I'm saying. He played.
I'm asking you.
No, he played himself out of that.
Do you think he's a $45 million quarterback?
Yeah. 40,
48, 48?
No, between 40 and 45.
So you don't think he's a $45 to $50 million quarterback?
No, I do not.
But you think he's a $40 to $45 million quarterback?
Like Dan Orlovsky says, he's good to a really good player. And we saw, and we're going to look at some of his stats where in some categories, he stacked up very well with the MVPs. And then in some stats, he didn't so much. Mina Kimes now. I love Mina Kimes.
She's a baddie.
She's a bad one, but she's also very, very talented and very intelligent and well-spoken. I love everything she says. She's having a kid, I think, too. It's not mine.
No, she had one already.
Okay.
Congratulations, sir.
I'm sure she appreciates that. Mina Kimes says, my concern about a long-term contract with this team that needs to get help over the hump is this question. If you take away the middle of the field, do you trust him to move the ball? We've seen defenses do it. Obviously, Kansas City in the playoff game, they did it with success. Do you trust him to create on his own? And can you go deep into the playoffs if you can't do that? That's a good point.
Okay.
He is very robotic, and I'm hoping that he will mature as players do and become a little better at ad-libbing, because you've said it and people have tried to deny you, and I'll stand up for you, Vlad. When his first option is taken away, he looks like a deer in the headlights. He looks like a deer in the headlights. And people say, no, he's getting his progressions. And we had Brian Baldinger on. And of course, Brian Baldinger isn't going to come on to Miami radio as a national guy and just, bag on the Miami guy. So he kind of defended, no, he's going through his progressions. In all his heart of hearts, we know it. Baldy, great guy, but he was playing to the home crowd. If you think Tua's progressing through all this stuff,
if he taps the ball more than once.
One thing Aaron Rodgers does great, goes through his progressions and ad-libs. Doesn't matter if it's the first guy open, second guy open, third guy open, fifth guy open. It could be the coach on the sideline. He'll do that. Tua needs to be less robotic. That's where the hang up on the money is going to come. Mina Kimes brings up a good point. You take away one thing from him, Mike McDaniel's guilty of this too. We talked about this. You take away what they want, and they're a deer in the headlights. Huh? Tyreek got hurt against Tennessee. What do we do? It's pretty simple what to do. I mean, you and I aren't coaches, Vlad. What do you do when Tyreek goes down?
Run the ball.
Make Jalen Waddle your number one now? Okay, you're number one now. Braxton Berrios or, Jeff Wilson Jr. or Cedric Wilson Jr., you're number 2. Go ahead. Instead, they did this number. Tyreek, can you get back in there? Tyreek has to go in there injured. And what happens? He goes in and lo and behold, he starts balling out because they only have this one. They have to be less robotic. So Mina Khans brings up a good point. What about Ryan Clark? We know Ryan Clark loves Tua Tagovailoa, right? Ryan Clark and I, man, back in the day. I think that's extremely difficult. It's like that for many quarterbacks, but I believe Tua is one that cannot excel once you take away the first read in between the numbers. On the flip side, Clark says, both in health and success, he showed he should be the franchise quarterback going forward for the Miami Dolphins.
Now, that is true. Playing all 17 games this season and the postseason game this year meant that is a big accomplishment, and he also led the league in yards. So as much you gotta balance it out. You gotta balance it. As much you look at the negative, the critique, you gotta also show him praise in what he did this season.
I hate to say this, he was the healthiest quarterback in the NFL this year.
He might have been the healthiest quarterback in the AFC. I know he was probably the healthiest quarterback in the AFC East, but I mean, he's one of the few that actually played all 17 games.
Every single game.
So,
right.
Yes, when he's on the field and everything's perfect, he's one of the top quarterbacks in the league.
Ryan Clark, maybe we have the same LSU education. I'm with him on this. If you believe he should be paid with Joe Burrow and Justin Herbert's, to me, that's too much. And I know the knock on Justin Herbert. Look, I know this isn't a popular opinion, and I'll say it. Last year for Justin Herbert, I don't think was a true representation of Justin Herbert. I think that was Justin Herbert not fitting right with that bum Brandon Staley.
I think that was, I mean, you get that, and he was hurt, but he had 2 injuries in his finger.
Do you think he's not going to excel with Jim Harbaugh?
The contract, I think he's definitely going to excel with Harbaugh. I think the contract that you got to worry about, that I think right now, if you really look at it, you didn't realize they can get out of it that early and not get hit with such a salary cap hit. It's the one that Philadelphia has with Jalen Hurts right now. Jalen Hurts got paid.
Yeah.
He was a second round pick. He got paid a lot of money, and his numbers regressed this past season.
I mean, they were 10-1 at one point.
Right, but they weren't really, he more turnovers than he had last year, so he took a step back. Burrow got hurt. I mean, that's going to happen with those guys. He showed you Tua this season that he can play all 17 and a postseason game. So he played all 18 games this season.
Mm-hmm.
Led the league in yards.
Passing yards.
But now the question you have to ask, is this guy the one that can lead you to a Super Bowl title?
Shannon Sharp echoes your sentiments, Vlad. I don't believe his ceiling for the Dolphins is the Super Bowl. Things have to be really ideal for you to maximize his ability. That's asking an awful lot because, in football, there are things less than ideal. I don't know what other options they have, though. That's the thing. If you don't believe Tua is the guy, what are your other options?
Because here's the thing, though, right, Cousin? Here's the thing, Dan.
Please.
The window with this current Dolphin roster is what, another year maybe?
Hopefully. We talked about it the other day.
Maybe 2 seasons, but really next season?
Like we talked about it the other day.
They got to go in all in 2024.
Go through the laundry list of why next season is going to be tougher than this past season.
Because you got to pay Waddle, you got to pay Jalen Phillips, you got to pay Tyreek Hill again.
Way over the cap already. AFC East ain't getting easier.
They're gonna have to do a lot of a lot of loaning, a lot of credit. They got to do the Mickey Loomis that the New Orleans Saints are famous for. But what happens when those contracts will maybe not re-sign, or what if these players leave? And then now you have Tua. You just left with Tua. And not without all these weapons, maybe. You got to draft and develop these talents. And they're kind of up in the air with that. Sometimes they hit, sometimes they don't. They hit with the running back this year. But other than Waddle and Hill, your wide receiving room is not as great as, Wilson's making a lot of money. He's not a great third receiver.
It's going to be a tough season. Will they excel? I don't know. Like we said, the AFC East ain't getting easier. You guys got a quarterback coming back who knows how to win, play.
Everybody except for the Patriots in the AFC East are playing for it all in 2024. You already know the AFC North is playing. Every team there finished with a 500 record.
And you know if Patrick Mahomes stays healthy, that the Kansas City is going to be right where
And
they're at every year.
Harbaugh's coming.
Harbaugh's coming.
And what will the AFC South? What's going to happen now? Is it Jacksonville versus Houston, or is Houston the team? What happens with Anthony Richardson coming back to Indianapolis, who had a good season last year?
I'll tell you
Like
who
the
to watch out
AFC
for.
is going to be tough next season.
You know who to watch out for too, under the radar? The Raiders. I like Antonio Pierce.
We'll see.
That team's tough. Real quick, how did Tua stack up to some of the MVP candidates? Well, completion percentage, those three quarterbacks between Patrick Mahomes, Aaron Rodgers, Lamar Jackson, 67.8% during their MVP seasons. Tua threw for 69.3. That's good. Passing yards per game, Jackson, Mahomes, Rodgers, 273 yards during their MVP seasons. Tua, 272 this season. That's good. Yards per attempt for those three MVP candidates, 8.1 during their MVP seasons. Tua, 8.2 this year. You would say, man, maybe Tua should have been the MVP. Now,
What happened in December, bro?
I know. I was going to say, all those stats go out the window when it got to be big games. Some of the bad things, passing touchdowns per game. Rodgers, Mahomes, Jackson, 2.6 TDs per game during their MVP season, Tua 1.7. Passer rating, they had a 112 passer rating combined. Rodgers was 121.5 in 2020. Tua, 101. So it was down from last year. It was 105. And the big one, Vlad, like you said, winning big games. Now, granted, Rodgers did lose a lot of playoff games, but he won a lot of big games during the regular season. Jackson hasn't won a ton of playoff games, so you can't really knock him. Mahomes, though, he's Mr. Clutch. This is the way I feel about it. I like Tua Tagovailoa. I think he should be our quarterback. I just don't know how much we should pay him. Like I said, between 40, 45.
It's not our money. Remember that.
That's true.
It's not our money.
But the Dolphins are pressed up against the cap.
But you don't want to overspend on your quarterback and not leave yourself any room to make other moves.
Anything else, yeah. And I mean, you got those guys that are playing above their pay grade already. Tua's our guy, though. We're gonna rock and roll with him.
You say it like you try to say it to convince yourself.
You know, it's like relationships, Vlad. Like cheaper to
boy.
keeper. You know what I'm saying?
Oh boy.
I love Tua.
Sure.
It's the best option we got.
All right.
Do not make him the highest paid player in the NFL, though. Okay, real quick, yes or no, with a very short explanation. Does he get a big contract this offseason?
Look at you making me breathe it.
Okay,
I'm trying to breathe
I'll
it
give you
in
some
that
time.
question.
No.
No, I think they're gonna let him play out this fifth year, bro. I
think
really
that's
do.
smart.
I really do, and I think if it's a critical year for both Coach McDaniel and Tua. It's just
Because if
third
it's
year.
more of the same, things have to be reevaluated.
Yeah. They
Because
might.
I'll be honest with you, what they did this year, as fun as some of the times were, it wasn't good enough.
McDaniel's his Nike fits on the grill.
It wasn't good enough.
It's on the Foreman.
It's true.
It's on the Foreman.
Gonna take it. I told you I was messing around on X. We're gonna take it to X.com real quick next and do a real quick version of hashtag What's Trending on Sports Day 560 WQAM.
Listen.
station and take us wherever you go.
Yeah. Feel that chat now.
All right.
Yeah. Shonda Paul. So me go so then. Well, I don't really care what people say. I don't really watch what
Tim
anyone
Wadu.
do. Still I got to stick to my girls like glue.
You know, I've been DJing lately, Vlad, on Friday nights at Duffy's and Plantation. Always good times. But man, I mix it up between a little, reggaeton, some Bad Bunny, some Celia Cruz, but also you got to throw some music in from the islands, man. Got to throw in some island music, man. Play some reggae, some Shaggy, some Sean Paul, and all that, man.
So you're playing the popular songs to get the people going.
No, I play unpopular songs too. I play deep cuts, man.
Okay.
You know I'm a reggae guy.
Really?
You didn't know that?
I know you did.
Okay, come on, man. Look at me. I work for a reggae record label. I used to produce reggae music. I'm going to a reggae show next weekend at the band shell that I live by. It's going to be a local band that's like Latin, but they're going to do Bob Marley music.
You gonna go see the Bob Marley movie?
No, because I don't go to movies. That's beside the point. But when it comes out on Netflix or Hulu or whatever service I have, actually I pay for Netflix legally and Hulu. Somebody pays for it. I don't know, but it's part of the deal. Once it comes out, I'm gonna watch it right away. I mean, I'm a huge Bob Marley fan, and okay, don't give me this. Oh, quit that. Everybody loves Bob Marley. I am a true reggae fan. I was actually gonna put as my headline instead of Vlad lookalike today. I thought that was funny. I was gonna put Peter Tosh lookalike, but
So do you and Van Ginkel have a shared account?
Van Ginkel and I went to college together. Well, not really. I went to Wisconsin for a while. He went to Wisconsin, and we hung out at Funky Buddha one time. He and his family and I were hanging out. So yeah,
Is he using your Max account?
Yeah. I slid. His old lady though. Did you see when they had their account? That was that was their team name at Funky Buddha on a Monday when they came by. I was like, oh crap.
Oh really?
Yeah, really good people, man. Gink, we really want him back, man, but I don't think that's gonna happen.
I think he's going to Philadelphia.
I think he is too. I don't blame him, man. Get paid. But we could use him, man. He was one of those guys when people went down, he stepped up. I mean, he stepped up big time.
But all right, speaking of another person that needs to get paid,
Oh,
94.
Chris
94 needs to get paid,
Pay
buddy.
him.
What do you mean should we pay him?
He's the rebuild, man. Yeah. Where's the money coming from? What are we gonna do? Just max out our credit cards?
I mean, not that Stephen Ross doesn't have to spend that much money in Michigan now. Now that Jim Harbaugh's gone.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where you guys are gonna get money. Obviously, I think working with Omar over the past couple of weeks, Omar has said that signing Tyreek to an extension is actually gonna free up some money for you this season. So,
and Omar Kelly, who is our dude, by the way, just to make it official, he brought up a good point. You better hope Teron Armstead doesn't retire because that's gonna be dead money if he doesn't play.
Yeah, but bro,
When I say he's not gonna play that much anyway, is that what you're gonna say, Vlad?
I've been telling you this for the last.
He was a Pro Bowler. He's a Pro Bowler.
That's just off namesake, bro. They just gave it to it was the.
Yeah, I know. There's not a lot of people following linemen around the league. I will give you credit.
Come on,
for that.
bro. He got that Pro Bowl selection like Doc Rivers got the All-Star coaching selection right now. Come on, man.
I know.
That was just because of his name. Death taxes, and he's missing 4 games at least.
You were right. I thought he was going to play every game this year.
Not even in Madden, he could
was
play
funny.
every game.
I thought Teron Armstead would play every game this year, and he didn't. I thought Tua wouldn't play every game this year, and he did. Shows how much I know. But back to reggae. Peter Tosh. I mean, come on. Dennis Brown is my all-time favorite. Crown Prince of Reggae.
Love Dennis Brown.
Dennis Brown, man. You can't go wrong with that. Can't go wrong with that. I mean, Jimmy Cliff. He's a legend in the game. The Gladiators. Oh, I love the Gladiators so much. Hello, Carl. I'm not going to do that thing.
Yeah, please don't.
I mean, it's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong. We'll go to Twitter or X or whatever you want to call it real quick. At Vlad2078, at Dan Day Radio. Jaime Jaquez Jr. Muse says, Miami Heat versus LA Clippers tonight, 6 p.m. on ESPN. Last time we weren't healthy. This time we win by 8+. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
That's a strong. Just say we're going to win. I don't know. Playbook Sports says records for the Miami Heat when a player scores 25+ points. Jimmy Butler, get this, Vlad. What would you think their record would be when Jimmy scores more than 25?
The Heat, what, over the last 3 years?
No, just this season.
13-0.
No. 7-5.
Really?
Wow. Tyler Hero, they're 5-6.
So they don't really they win when everybody's balanced, when it's like 20 aboard.
Bam Adebayo, they're 3-5. But here's where the difference is. When Duncan Robinson scores over 25 points, they're 3-0. Jaime Jaquez Jr. 1-0. So it seems like you're going to get what you get from the big three. It's just what is everybody else going to do? Do you think Duncan has a big game today?
I think it'll be an up and down game. I think it'll be, but can Miami stop them from scoring?
Yeah, I don't think Jaime Jaquez Jr. is healthy enough right now.
Because, dude, that's gonna be. I mean, you got some great matchups. So who's Jimmy gonna guard? Paul George or Kawhi?
You weren't here last Sunday, but I gave Jalen Brunson some credit. He cooked Jaime Jaquez Jr. a couple times.
But I felt bad for Jaime. That was like his second game, his first game back.
I said he was injured. He was injured, but obviously injured. But man, okay, well, let's get I'm seeing Tyler Hero walking around with those bunny ears. I can't take it, man. Let's get Duncan. Let's get Jaime. Let's get those guys scoring. And I got Joe Zagacki, another one of our guys. He last night apparently was drinking a lot, man. He put a picture out. He and his old lady were out. He has a mixed drink in his hand and three glasses of wine in front of him.
Wow, Joe Zagacki, that win, that comeback win.
Nobody gets higher off the Canes than Joe Zagacki.
My God, bro. That was a tough game. That was a tough game to listen to, and they pulled it out at the end. It was good.
You know how some people, they have their drug of choice? Joe's is Hurricanes wins in any sport. He's high, bro. He gets super high.
Good for him.
Good job, Joe. That mixed drink looks stiff too. He's got all that wine. I don't even know where he's at. He didn't put that. Joe, you got to post where you're at, man.
No, he doesn't.
Maybe you don't want people. Okay,
he's Joe Zagacki, man. The fans go crazy.
And the fans,
voice of the Hurricane.
That's true. That's true. All right, going to get you caught up on everything happening in the sports world next here on Sports Day 560 WQAM.
question.
Powered by Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
It's time for Sports Day.
Beautiful day.
Turn it up. It's Sports Day with Dan Day.
Last night, the NHL had their All-Star game. Today, it is the Pro Bowl in Orlando. And this year, it is going to be outdoors. I'm guessing it's at Camping World Stadium. Let's see what happens. Last year was very, very not exciting. This year, I'm sure it'll be just as not exciting, nonetheless.
Dude, man, I'm watching some of the. They were showing right now. They're showing the pregame on ESPN, but before the pregame, they were showing the activities that they did on Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
Long snapper, really?
Yep.
So a minute of watching a guy bent down, like he's taking a dump, and he's just snapping the ball between his legs
And basically,
into a hole.
to the equivalent of snapping them through tires. Yes. It's like going to the county fair, bro. Like going to the county fair.
Oh,
Luckily, we have the Miami Heat tonight. It's the biggest game maybe in the nation right now.
All right, relax.
There's
Right.
nothing else going on.
Relax. No, there's a big game going on. Purdue's playing Wisconsin right now.
Ah, there you go. I didn't know Wisconsin was that highly ranked. They're like 6th in the nation, although they did lose earlier this week nonetheless. Get the Clippers coming to town tonight, 6 o'clock. Give you something to do. Miami Heat and Los Angeles Clippers. I'm guessing the Heat are favored by like 1. Nope. The
No,
favored by
Clippers are
4.
favored by 4.5.
By 4. I got 4 on this, but yeah, 4.5. PJ Tucker, by the way, playing with the Clippers now. Welcome back. The
I
lineup,
mean, he's on the Clippers roster. I don't know if he's playing for the Clippers.
well, the lineup, at least, I mean, not terrible. PJ Tucker, Russell Westbrook, James Harden, Paul George, Kawhi Leonard, Mason Plumlee, Norman Powell,
They got a good team and
Daniel
a good coach.
Tias,
They got
Terrence Mann.
Daniel Theis.
He
Or
played with
Thies.
he
He
played
played with
with
the
the
Celtics.
Celtics. Yeah.
They got a good team.
Kobe Bryant, Kobe Brown,
They have a good team with a great coach.
and they figured things out because there was a while and they were kind of
To me, they're the best team right now in the West.
probably so, but you still got to worry about the Pelicans and the Nuggets. I snuck that one in a little
How
bit.
dare you? How dare you say the Pelicans
snuck
before like the Timberwolves, the Thunder, and obviously the
Snuck that
world
one in.
champs?
I snuck that one in.
Jeez.
Oh, Terry Rozier. What are we gonna do with him?
So it's time, man. It's kind of tough for a player,
I mean, he did just get off the plane and start playing.
but you have to understand it's going to take you some time to get into that Heat culture. You don't want to overstep boundaries. You don't want to,
And I do understand he's coming from just a terrible team where he was scoring 20 some odd points, playing in a little different of a system. You're trying to find your role. He didn't even know what Pollo Tropical was. I heard Alejandro Solana asking him the other day, what does he think about Pollo Tropical? And he goes, I'll have to get my chef to look into that. He obviously doesn't know Pollo Tropical has nothing to do
Yo,
with
fam, who would ask him that question? Like, is that the first thing you think if somebody just comes down to South Florida and they're gonna go to Pollo? This is not like In-N-Out. Now, don't get me wrong. Nobody loves Pollo Tropical like Vlad. Love it. Love it. That grilled chicken Caesar salad, love it.
Okay.
Choppy chop, love it. But Terry Rozier is what? Lived in Boston and played in Charlotte. He don't know nothing about Pollo Tropical unless he went to Atlanta.
They have it in Atlanta?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. What is when you have people in town, Vlad, that have never been to South Florida? What are like the 3 things that are musts that you must do with that person?
If I have bread, they gotta go to Joe Stone Grill.
Okay, I thought you were gonna say a strip club like Tootsie's, but
Nah, I mean, of course. I mean, that's how the
That's
night
a late
ends.
night. Okay.
That's how the
so
night
you're thinking
ends.
of Joe Stone Crab?
Yeah,
You
'cause
get
that's-
fried chicken.
by the way,
and
Strip
crab?
clubs have the best meals in South Florida
and in Atlanta.
and in Houston. And in Vegas.
So
But yeah, strip club
Joe's-
meals, yeah, they got great great meals.
you go to
But
Joe's.
yeah, you go to Joe's.
And you kind of knock out 2 birds with 1 stone because you take them to South Beach at the same time.
take 'em
Good
South
job.
Beach.
Good job.
If and then I don't really know other than
Yeah.
other spots than that because everybody's gone, everybody's been to a steakhouse before and stuff like that. There's nothing really that separates any separates it.
Yeah, usually what I do when people come to town is I take them to South Beach. We run around, maybe the Deuce, maybe Lost Weekend, kind of go, of course, up and down Ocean, check out all that, go to the beach, or at least I tell them on their own time to go to the beach because I don't need to babysit them and go to the beach. Take them to Wynwood just to see the artwork and everything that's kind of going on with that. Maybe take them to Flanagan's just because it's a South Florida staple. Yeah, that's about it.
Maybe Versailles.
Versailles, yeah. Versailles, get them some Cuban food. Take them down Calle Ocho, yeah. So you kill two birds with one. So you're really good at maximizing your events, Vlad. I do like that.
Come on, man. It's all about knocking two birds with one stone, bro.
Maybe I'd take them to the U, let them see. If you're one of those guys, and I'm the type of guy, like when I go to a town, I like to see what the local college has to offer. When I was in St. Augustine, I tried to go to Flagler University, but they're having a private event. And I was like, okay, I'm done. I've seen enough. But yeah. Clippers are in town, though. They were in town last night, too. Maybe they were around.
Oh, they were definitely outside last night.
Living the dream. Why not?
Come on.
They're grown men.
Paul George and James Harden, they definitely hit the strip clubs. They were probably at 11.
11, man. It's been a while. Been a while since I've been to 11 or Live or Space. Very interesting. Very, very good.
You sound like you're missing out.
No. We're gonna check. You want to check my bank account right now and tell you how much I'm not missing out, and I don't need to be doing all that nonsense.
You were buying vegan drinks.
Vegan drinks and food. I didn't even eat last night. I got offered cake and tacos, and I said, nah, no thanks. I went to a party at a diner. There was no. And I felt bad for the cooks. I don't know why they didn't send them home. I guess in case somebody ordered food, but like they took all the tables at this Mad Records. There's a club underneath the place. There's a dive bar underneath the place. But then they took the diner, took out all the tables and chairs, and had a DJ and goth people standing around. And the cooks were just standing there doing nothing. And I was like, maybe later someone's going to order food, but there was nowhere to eat it. You'd have to stand up and eat. I felt bad for the cooks. Maybe they're hourly, so who cares? But they were just standing there.
Well, clearly you do.
I left.
No, but then clearly you didn't care.
I didn't stand for that.
Yeah, you didn't care.
It didn't. The vibe was off, man. I'll be honest. The vibe was off. So I went back to the Anderson and spent more money at a birthday party that I was not invited to. I don't even know who the birthday person. Like I said, I let the girl go to the bathroom and it was okay. They're playing a lot of 80s music, and then they played EDM but it got late.
The French like 80s music a lot, don't they?
The French?
Yeah.
I think a lot of people like 80s music.
Yeah, but they love 80s music. They love 80s music.
Okay. That's an interesting take.
Yeah.
I wasn't with French people. I think I was just with people. They were older. They were in like their 50s. Stuff like that.
I'm just saying.
But they were all white.
Were they European?
They were American, United States. I talked to them.
Okay.
Talked to some people. I digress. Let's get into some quick headlines. ESPN has reported, and it looks like it's official, the Dolphins have hired Ravens assistant head coach Anthony Weaver as
Mr. Weaver
coordinator. Hopefully it'll be a good marriage. Now, Vic Fangio kind of ruffled some feathers because there were whispers that he didn't like some of the guys on the Dolphins because he thought they were more worried about Instagram and South Beach than they were about playing on the field.
Fangs is old, bro. He's from the old school.
That's why he's going to fit better in Philadelphia.
He likes the gritty, like, don't bother me. Let me cook over here. Just you go over there.
He wants the guy that sits around in the house and just thinks about football all day.
Yeah.
Canes men's basketball team. They made Joe Zagacki very happy. They came back to defeat Virginia Tech 82-74. Next up, Virginia. That's going to be tomorrow at 7 o'clock. The Serie del Caribe continues today at Lone Depot Park, 3:30. Venezuela, Puerto Rico. Nice. Then at 8 o'clock, Mexico and the Dominican Republic. Venezuela's played very well in this tournament. I've been keeping an eye on them. Puerto Rico, too. So this should be a good matchup. Should be a good crowd today, too. And I mean, like...
man, downtown's going to be packed. You got the baseball game and you got the Heat Clippers game.
What time do we get off? 4:45?
We're going up north. We'll be, you'll be heading south.
Or east.
East, yeah.
Maybe a little bit southeast, a block or two.
Yeah, you're not that bad.
Did you stay up till 3 a.m., Vlad, to watch Inter Miami defeat Hong Kong 4-1?
No, but I was up at 3 a.m.
You were?
Yeah.
Good. I don't think I made it that late. Leo Messi did not play, drawing boos from fans in attendance.
Come on, who are you guys?
I mean, if you live in Hong Kong, you can afford to go see a soccer match and not see Leo Messi. I feel bad for the people like they bring their kids and like it's their one game of the year, and then he's either hurt or doesn't play. He had an MRI the other day, and they kept him out for precautionary reasons.
Dude, throughout this whole trip, he's only played one game. It was like the last 10 minutes of the game against
Al Nasser.
Al Nasser. So he hasn't really even played at all in this trip. It's all for promotional and pictures, for promotional appearances. He's just taking pictures.
He's going to be in a Super Bowl commercial though.
So I've heard.
For your favorite, Mick Ultra. Tell us your Mick Ultra story, Vlad.
Oh, I left it in the freezer the other day, and the bottom looked pregnant.
Freezing your beer usually affects the taste poorly. For Michelob Ultra, not so much.
It actually helped it out.
You actually did it beneficiary.
Yeah.
Maybe I should freeze some Mick Ultra. Oh man, when I get off today at 4:45, Vlad.
Oh yeah, man. I'm gonna buy a couple more Heinekens.
You want to go down to Jensen's after this? Buy a Prestige?
No, I gotta go, Bo.
Oh, okay.
Sorry,
It's
I gotta
okay.
take Mom.
You got what?
Go take care of Mom.
Okay. I was gonna say you kind of been neglecting me.
Oh Jesus!
You didn't want to go out to goth night last night.
No.
You're probably not coming to Super Bowl party that I invited you to.
You kind of invite things last minute, there, Dan.
Last minute, it's a week away, and I asked you last week too. But I asked you if you want to go to Jensen's and buy you a Prestige. You said, I got things to do.
I did.
I got the sniffles. We'll talk about that off the air. Though.
Oh, whatever.
Your FAU Owls, they rolled past Tulsa. They're starting to roll, by the way. 102.70. They're 20th ranked in the country and rising.
Well, we got to start getting ready for the tournament, guys. Once the Super Bowl ends next Sunday, it's 3 weeks to March.
In your heart of hearts, do you think the Hurricanes will find a way into the tournament?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think they're going to get it together. I also think they're going to make a run in the ACC tournament. And simply because they made it to the Elite Eight and the Final Four the past couple of years, the tournament committee.
They got two big games they got to win. They got to win one of those two games at home.
Yeah.
But actually, they got to win one of the three games. They can play Carolina twice, and they play Duke at home. They got to win one of those three games.
Just try to make it.
If they win both, if they could beat Duke and split with Carolina, I think they definitely end.
Yeah, and then they did a lot of good work at the beginning of the season. So I think that with their reputation as of late, that they can make a
Yeah,
run.
I think Laranaga's reputation as a coach in the tournament with his run with George Mason and what he's done with the Canes since he's been the Miami Hurricanes head basketball coach, and especially the last two seasons, I think, and they're an ACC team,
right?
I think they definitely they'll definitely have a chance to be in the tournament if all they got to do is handle their business.
Yep,
that's all they got to do: handle their business and split with Carolina and beat Duke. You have Duke at home, and you have Carolina at home as well, and then you go to Chapel Hill.
And then you make a little run in the ACC tournament. You're good. The resume looks good. Speaking of looking good, let's real quick take a step into the day spa. Yes. In Ontario, Canada, Pizza Hut closed its dining room the other night due to unforeseen circumstances. The only problem is they put up a sign and misspelled circumstances, and it said unforeseen circumcisions.
Wait. That's not a misspelling. Like, you just totally, like, it's not like a letter is one letter is in a wrong place, or you misspelled the word. You completely just totally made up not made up a different word, but spelled a whole different word.
Let's just hope they don't get circumstances and actual circumcisions confused.
Circumcision at a Pizza Hut?
That's an odd topping. Very odd topping.
I don't want no pizza. I know what they're using. I know what they're using.
Although I do love Pizza Hut, though.
Ew.
You don't like Pizza Hut?
No, bro.
Where do you go? Where's your go-to for fast food pizza? I don't want to hear local.
I love Geno's in South Beach, but if I'm not in South Beach, I go to La Familia on Red Road in Miramar.
Okay.
Yeah.
Going to talk about the Heat's Big Three. Are they getting it done or not? Next here on Sports Day 560 WQAM. Wu Tang is for the kids. Wu Tang. Tonight, Miami Heat, Los Angeles Clippers, 6 o'clock. Heat win, to me, all right. Right of the ship. Heat lose tonight. Start asking a lot of questions. Man, what's going on with this team? Do we make the right decision with Terry Rozier? There's a trade deadline coming up on Thursday. Is Jimmy Butler, Bam Adebayo, and Tyler Hero the big three that we need here in South Florida to be successful? And, the Heat, they count championships. They don't count wins or playoff wins. They count championships. Is the big three what we need? At one point this season, Miami's 5-11 when Jimmy Butler, Bam Adebayo, and Tyler Hero are available. Last year, they were 26-25 before playing without Tyler Hero most of the playoff run.
There's no dominant team in the league, right?
No. And you're going to have your ebbs and flows.
You're going to have your ebbs and flows. You have 3 guys that can give you 20 points. But the big three with Miami is weird because Jimmy that waits to the playoff to become playoff Jimmy.
Mm-hmm.
Bam, it's like Bam will play good, but then there'll be a time at some point in the season where he's just not playing up to par, and you're wondering what's going on with Bam. And Hero, it's the weirdest thing. They play so well without him. They play better without him. But Riles says you got to come on, guys. You want to make this is your team. You got to make this fit, but it's not fitting.
A lot of people are calling for Tyler Hero to go back to the bench and be a 6th man. He'll finish the game. He'll get a majority of the minutes, but they feel as though there's just not a good fit.
I mean, Russell Westbrook did it for the for the Clippers. I mean, if it's beneficial to the team, you got to put your ego to the side.
And do you feel as though, and I could be wrong, Tyler Hero kind of strong-armed himself into being a starter, like in the offseason 2 years ago, really kind of was like, I'm getting paid, I should be a starter. And the Heat kind of begrudgingly put him in there. But then again, Spo has the reputation of doing whatever he wants to do and what's best for the team. So you have to believe in Spo, right? That the best thing for this team is Tyler Hero starting.
I mean, that's what Spo thinks, yeah.
Interesting.
Spo, I mean, that's what Spo thinks. Yeah, you got to go with it.
You got to go with it.
Yeah, a lot of people you can't question Spo, bro.
I know.
You can't question Spo.
There has been some talk lately that Tyler Hero has been asked to shoot more threes and be less of just like a dynamic scorer, that they need more of just him shooting threes. I don't know. Is the fit kind of weird with Tyler Hero? Like, and it didn't help last year that he got hurt and they went on that playoff run. Did not help at all. He's had a good year, though. He's been very good. But at the same time, the record stands for what the record stands for. When those 3 are together and Tyler Hero is starting, they haven't been exactly stellar. Terry Rozier, I thought he was going to be gangbusters. So far, is it fair to say that he's underperformed, at least by my standard?
Well, first of all, what do you think? Oh, God. You just automatically think, oh, you're on the you've left Charlotte, you're now part of the Heat. You're automatically gonna just get yourself right into the Heat culture. You're gonna just plug yourself right in, and everything's gonna work out great. No, it takes time to adjust, bro. It always takes time. Kevin Love, it took time. Kyle Lowry, it took time when they came there. It's gonna take time, especially for him because he really doesn't know what he really. Do you want me to score? Right. I don't want to,
Those first 3 games, he looked really out of place.
All right.
He scored single digits, and
you can't make a judgment on Terry Rozier.
No. I didn't say that.
For another at least month or so.
I, like most fans, expected a lot. I expected more. Anytime you make a trade like that, you expect a lot.
Okay.
And I expected a lot.
You know what? I'm happy you said that. Because the opponent that you're facing tonight is the perfect example of, oh, they got James Harden now, and the Clippers are supposed to be this good, and they didn't start off very well. I think they might have lost 5 in a row, 6 in a row.
Yeah, they were bad,
and there was a lot of questions going. Like there was a lot of the foreman was starting to get a little hot on Tyronn, but it was just like let James get his feet under him, let him get used to his teammates, And you've seen what's happened over the last 6 weeks. They've been one of the best teams in the NBA. Give Terry Rozier maybe 4 weeks to get himself acclimated to the Heat culture, to Miami. It's dude, your mindset changes when you go from a crappy team to now a championship contending team.
Right. I mean, I'm not saying he's a selfish player, but it's less about me and it's more about we when you're on a team that's contending.
And he's already had that type. I mean, it is an adjustment. He did come when he was drafted. He went to Boston, so he was a young kid, but he was learning in a winning franchise of what to do. So these are things that you expect for him to remember, but it's going to take time.
Right. But like most fans, I don't want to be patient. I see what he did in Charlotte and I expect him to come here and do that. And
But that's
not
what he
fair.
was doing in Charlotte.
I know, that's what I'm saying. It's not fair. But I fell into the trap of he's a prolific scorer. He's been on good teams. He should know what to do. And it's been an adjustment, but we should always allow players to adjust and people to adjust to their new climates. We have to adjust when we move to different climates and different atmospheres and different jobs and different everything. Why would we expect anything more or less of a athlete? So I think they'll be fine. Kyle Lowry, I think we're better. We're better off, right, with Terry Rozier than Kyle Lowry. Maybe.
Yeah.
So we're good. Is that it though? Is this
No, it can't be it for the Heat. You got to make more moves.
Oh,
But the question is, what move can you
what
make?
can you make?
I mean, the only guy that you could really move is you know who.
That really is one of those things. Is this something that we have to just get used to? Is that there's always going to be talk possibly of Tyler Hero being traded until he possibly does get traded? Or
Yeah,
free
Tyler
agent
Hero's
leaves,
name is always going to be in a trade until the day he's actually traded,
or he gets to be a free agent and just leaves.
or he's just told that he has a lifetime contract with the Miami team.
That's true.
And even with that, I still would think they'll figure out a way to try to.
I was going to say, as much as we love Tyler Hero, does he feel like a Heat lifer to you? I don't feel that way.
Nah.
I don't feel that way. Like Bam Adebayo, yeah. Jimmy Butler. I mean, although he's not a Heat lifer, but
No,
gonna be with the
Bam
Heat.
is the next lifer.
Yeah.
Bam is the next, maybe, hopefully 15 to 20 years type of UD type of solitude. Jimmy will fall in the line of, and well, D Wade should have been a lifer but we're not gonna go into
right.
that. Jimmy's gonna fall in the line of the Zoes, like the free agent, the big trade, or the acquisition that immediately just displayed the Heat culture and became part of a fabric of the city and also the organization. I mean, you see it now. Zoe is a consigliere, bro. When things get down. You saw Tobin with the picture and the video when they were losing to what's the team before the next game? Oh, the Memphis game. That was nasty.
That was nasty work.
Right. So Terry Rozier will be all right. He just has to get himself.
I mean, he did literally just land, didn't know anything where he was, and then they told him to play.
He just has to get himself acclimated to the city, to the organization. He'll be fine. But as you currently speak, I do not believe the Miami Heat can stay as is in order for them to contend in this Eastern Conference playoffs.
That's a good point you bring up. Do you believe they have it in the tank to do what they did last year?
Absolutely. I will never go against the Miami.
So you do believe. So if that's the case, you just have to be with Terry Rozier. You have to be patient. Then
you have to be patient.
You might get a play-in game. You might get a play-in game.
I don't think you can't go through that. You can't go through that again because the play-in game is really like it's
a crapshoot.
That's a tournament game, bro. Like that's nasty business. It's not like it's not a 2 out of 3. But you lose that, and depending on where you fall,
you could lose one and be done.
Right now, you're 7th, so
you're a couple of minutes away from getting double bounced last year.
So you're 7th, so that means all you got to do is win one game. If you lose, then you got to go and play a second game.
When we go into one of these with the Heat, all I do is remember in the offseason, Eric Spoelstra saying, "This is a championship caliber team. We're deeper than we were last year." And Jimmy Butler promised that they're going to go back to the NBA Finals and they're going to win it this year. When we go down like that, that's what goes in my mind. And until they prove me otherwise, I'm going to ride with that. So I'm not going to hit the panic button at all this year until they're mathematically eliminated from playoffs or anything else. I got to ride with it. They earned it.
Okay, so right now they would play Orlando.
Who we've been the better team for the most part this year when we matched up
I
with
don't
them.
think you want to play Orlando, but you play Orlando, and Chicago would play Atlanta.
Ooh,
I don't think if you lose to Orlando, you don't want to play either one of those teams.
Atlanta got you last year,
And Chicago
and
gave
Chicago
you hell.
gave you 5 minutes away. Yeah, you got to get in.
You got to get the 6 seed, man. And it's going to be tough because Indiana's playing very well, but you're a half game behind Indiana.
The problem with Indiana is they just want to score, and the Heat, that is their bad. They want to play in the mud because we don't score very much, and Indiana is the total opposite of that. They don't care about defense at all.
No.
They just want to light it up. Play it. They will not play in the mud. And that Halliburton, if he's healthy, Tyrese Halliburton,
Yeah.
he could play. So it would be an interesting series from a fan perspective, but as a Heat fan, I don't know how interested I am in that series happening.
No.
What is your confidence level on a 5 or I guess you do 7-game series against Indiana?
I think that would go 7.
50-50.
I think it goes 7. Miami, Indiana always have battles in
50-50.
playoffs. So yeah.
I say 50-50.
But you just got to, first of all, just got to get continuity. Got to get healthy and
That's true.
remain healthy and just play together.
You and I talk about this, Vlad. Health is a part of the game. And everybody's like, oh, wait till we get healthy. What if you never get healthy? They don't give away championships to teams that should have won. They go with teams that did win. So I don't want to hear that anymore. Get healthy. If not, find ways to win. Last year, Tyler Hero went down, didn't make excuses. That wasn't an excuse. No excuses now. Heat culture, baby.
I'll tell you this, though.
Let's not face Indiana, though.
You might not miss Gabe, but you're missing Max Strus.
You are mixing. Yeah,
You're missing
you're
Strus.
missing Strus a lot more than you think.
Yeah, you are. And he's playing very well for Cleveland.
Yeah, the way he could stretch the floor and his size and stuff. Caleb Martin hadn't been healthy either, though. That's hurt us a little bit. Jimmy Butler, I still think Jimmy's dealing with a toe issue. I know a lot of people say, he's sitting there watching the EL Cup and the FA Cup and tennis, and I think it's hard to play basketball with a bad toe.
And he's old.
He's not young. Is the miles starting to catch up on Jimmy Butler?
Yeah, he played for Tibbs, bro. You know when you play for Tibbs, you're not really the age you are. He's 34 in like natural age, but he's 37 in NBA age. Tibbs adds at least a year every year to your career.
That voice. Jimmy, get young, get healthy, get going. We talk more about Bam Adebayo's season, Jimmy Butler's season, and what's going on with the Heat next here on Sports Day 560 WQAM.
our shows, all our games, all our shenanigans. WQAM on your smart speaker.
Miami Heat, Los Angeles Clippers. Tonight, 6 o'clock pregame. Going to start at 4:45. We're going to lead you up to that here on Sports Day with Vladimir Louison. I am Dan Day. The NBA trade deadline is this coming Thursday. Let's say the Heat don't make any further moves, Vlad. Let's say they get into the playoffs. Let's say a 6 seed. So they avoid the play-in series.
Against Cleveland, I like your chances.
Against Cleveland, like our chances. Nonetheless, I'm going to give you another situation. Everyone is healthy except Jimmy Butler, who cannot play because...
Why would you say that then?
I'm asking you, do you have confidence? Bam Adebayo is our all-star, 3-time all-star, by the way. Do you have confidence that the lineup of this team, minus Jimmy Butler...
If the Miami Heat are healthy...
Minus Jimmy Butler.
Why would you take Jimmy Butler out of
I'm saying, do you believe that Bam and Tyler can carry the load?
No, that's ridiculous.
So this team has no hope without Jimmy Butler.
I don't think any team has any hope without their best player. What are you talking about, Dan? What are we doing?
We lost Tyler Hero last year and went on a run.
That's not your best player.
Still, nonetheless.
That's not your best player.
Stop.
That's not your best player. That's not your best player.
2 of the big 3 played last year.
That's not your best player.
So we're hopeless without Jimmy Butler.
You're going to be hopeless without your best player.
So you don't have any confidence in Bam Adebayo and Tyler Hero to even win a playoff series?
You're not going to win a...
Do they even win a playoff series without Jimmy Butler?
No. What are you doing here?
I'm just asking you.
Jesus.
Bam Adebayo's the all-star.
And?
You don't believe that he can carry this team? Is he a number one?
Dan, you must have really had a hard night last night because you really asked a ridiculous question.
Anywhere is Bam Adebayo?
No,
he's not a number one anywhere.
No.
He's
what
not
are you
that type of
talking
player.
about, bro? No, the team runs. The best player on your team is Jimmy. Your second in line is Bam. So the question is, what is Tyler Hero going to do for you?
Is Tyler Hero your number 3 right now? Right now.
Well, yeah, he has to be your number 3.
Terry Rozier, 4th, 5th. We don't even know yet.
Terry Rozier, I don't know where Terry Rozier is.
We don't know where he's at.
He's incomplete.
That's true. He's got an eye. We don't know yet. I still think that Jimmy Butler's not 100% healthy. As bad as it sounds, that's a good thing because if he does get 100% healthy, we're cool. I definitely don't think Jaime Jaquez Jr. is 100% healthy. It's a good thing. Duncan Robinson having a good year, although he can be a little shifty sometimes as far as his play. Terry Rozier, we don't know exactly what's happening. Okay, I'm good. I think we're good.
You got 3 weeks.
I've got confidence now.
You have 3 weeks with Terry Rozier.
3 weeks?
Mm-hmm.
As far as...
He has to start improving like in 3 weeks.
I'm a numbers guy. I believe in the numbers. I believe that he will play somewhat what his numbers have said over the years, whether it be with Boston or whether it be with Charlotte. Charlotte was a totally different thing. Bad team. Really bad team. But I think, he'll kind of level out. The question now is Tyler Hero. A lot of people think he should go to the bench. I don't think that's the answer even. I think start him. Start your best players. Have Duncan coming off the bench. Have Duncan making those shots every once in a while driving.
Well, Duncan's played very well for you guys.
He's had a great season so far. But he has been a little up and down lately, though. There are some games where he plays very well, then other games, a little bit non-existent. The lack of scoring should be a little bit of a worry.
It's a lot of a worry. It's the same problem it was last year. And we're talking about a league where you're supposed to automatically on a bad night get at least 108 points.
Yeah, 100. I was gonna say 110.
Right, just on a bad night, you're supposed to get at least 108 points, bro. 108, 110. They could have. It's a struggle for them to get to 100.
Yeah, that's been rough.
And that was the same problem last year, which was very annoying because 2 years ago they were one of the best 3-point shooting teams, and the ball movement was tremendous. But these last 2 years during the regular season, they can't bust a grape in a fruit fight, bro.
It's been tough, man. But you got guys that can get theirs. I mean, Jimmy can score, Tyler can score, Bam can score, Duncan can get his. Why are they not being more prolific on offense? It's tough. I try to wonder.
I mean, I don't know about Jimmy. Jimmy's weird because if you really look at it, Jimmy doesn't really have big nights during the regular season. His big nights are in the postseason. And Bam is playing on both ends of the floor.
Let's see.
So therefore, I would assume that the guy that would be taking most of the shots and should be scoring a little more is Tyler, but it hasn't worked out like that. And
But-
when he does, they don't win.
This year, Jimmy Butler's averaging 21.5 points when he plays.
That's not. I mean, in 21 points is not what you want from your superstar, but that's just Jimmy.
Mm-hmm.
That's always been Jimmy. Jimmy's not a guy that's going to go for 27, 28 points a season. He's a 20, 22, 21 to 22, maybe 23 points. That's Bam. Bam is 18 to 20,
10 rebounds,
10 rebounds,
couple of
4
assists,
to 5 assists.
Yeah.
The guy that should maybe every year take a step in scoring with his scoring average going up is Tyler. He's the better outside shooter.
He's averaging 21 points this season a game,
Okay.
which is about what he did last year.
But that means right now Tyler should be averaging like 24 right now.
We were hoping that he would score 24.
Yeah. Because then you got a number 2. Even though he's scoring more than your number 1, but at least if your number 1 is not scoring in the playoffs, you got a guy that can get his. And that's the other problem, because I think sometimes Jimmy puts the burden on himself of also getting the other guys involved in the offense. Because you don't have a true point guard.
You don't. You do not have a true point guard. You don't have anybody really. I mean, is Kevin Love a backup to Bam Adebayo at center?
Kevin Love is Kevin Love, bro.
That's exactly, yeah. And I
I-
thought
and-
Thomas Bryant was going to be better.
What did I
I'll
tell
admit
you?
it.
What did I tell
You
you?
were right. He doesn't even see the court. I really thought he was going to be someone that could relieve Bam for 10 minutes a game.
And H, yeah, I don't know about H. I don't know about Haywood Heisman.
I don't know. Yeah, I know. So Duncan Robinson's played well. Give him credit.
Duncan's played well. Caleb's been hurt, so he's been inconsistent.
Right. You
It's
got
not bad in in the East. I'm gonna say something that's crazy. I didn't really think Bam should have been an All-Star this year.
I'm surprised he made it, to be
I'm
honest. with
shocked
you.
he made it too.
And I'm not throwing any shade at him. The team's kind of underperformed. He hasn't had this stellar, unbelievably great season. He's been Bam Adebayo. I thought that they were going to punish the Heat by not putting anybody on the All-Star team. Not that that's a punishment by any means, but I was surprised. And I said it last week. I was like, don't be upset, Heat Nation, if you don't get anybody in the All-Star game. But Bam did make it, and deservingly so. A lot of people, though, expected Tyler Hero this year to step up and be an All-Star. And he has not played at an All-Star level. He's played well. He's averaging 21 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, 1 steal. Good, but not that. And he has been hurt. Granted, I give him that. Okay. So it was what we're going to have to do is just try to grin and bear it through the regular season, then try to, as we say, muck it up in the playoffs.
No, I mean the playoffs, everything's not gonna be
It's
so
slowed down.
free
It's
willy
slowed
nilly.
down, yeah.
Everything's half court. Every possession counts. Yeah,
It's
they
slowed
could
down.
they could slow it down.
So we're built for the playoffs.
You got to make the playoffs.
I am confident that they'll find a way to make the playoffs. They're in the playoff or play-ins right now, but I'm confident. I'm confident that even when these losing streaks happen, there's going to be winning streaks. There might be, a 3-game winning streak by the end of the day, and it'll just continue to go on. I'm confident in that. I believe in that. I believe Jimmy's going to get healthy. I believe that Jaime Jaquez Jr. is going to get healthy too and going to make a big difference. Duncan's going to continue playing the way he does. Bam's Bam. We know what level he plays at. Tyler Hero is going to keep being Tyler Hero. Eric Spoelstra is going to be Eric Spoelstra. Get into the postseason. Things slow down. Every possession counts. Not as much scoring. As you said, not as much willy-nilly. Got to just keep believing in this Heat team. Okay? We're good. Going to get you caught up with everything happening in the sports world. Ooh, we're getting closer to the Pro Bowl starting at 3 o'clock. This is Sports Day 560 WQAM.
The Hurricanes and Leagues Cup champion Inter Miami CF. An Odyssey station.
Powered by Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
It's time for Sports Day. Turn it up. It's Sports Day with Dan Day.
The Miami Heat currently sitting in the 7th seed in the East, 26 and 23 behind the Pacers, who we talked about could be a dicey situation if you ever played them. 76ers, if Joel Embiid's healthy. The Knicks, I have more confidence in your Knicks this year, Vlad, than I did last year. I will say that. I think they're a very good team. I think Jalen Brunson is a star, if not on the verge of being a superstar in this league. Is he a superstar? Would you go that far? I mean, he's close if he's not.
I mean, I think he is, but I mean, I can understand if people don't see it yet, but it's always going to be hyped up a little bit much because he's in New York.
But if you can do it in New York, you can do it anywhere. I give credit because there's been people that have shrunk in that big spotlight. He has not shrunk at all.
But he's there. He's the top 10 player right now in the league.
Cavaliers are hot right now, winning 5 in a row.
They're the hottest team in the league now.
31-16. Donovan Mitchell making it happen.
So with Cleveland playing well, Donovan Mitchell's not going to be traded until after the season.
Right.
Zach LaVine has been ruled out for the year with his some type of injury, lower leg injury. Who's out there? Is it Dejounte Murray? Does Atlanta break it up, or they're in the play-in situation? Do they do the same thing they did last year? Because I believe they beat Miami, they got in the play-in, and they took Boston to 6 games, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I hate about the play-in, because teams that would have let some players go to get, draft picks and work on their future are holding pat because they think they can get into the play-in, and then, anything can happen once you get into the playoffs. What is Miami to do? What is there for Miami to do?
It's like we were talking about Tua earlier. What are the other options? I thought that Terry Rozier was a great one. I thought Terry Rozier was, and he might be. Like we said, we got to be a little more patient. We got to see what happens. Terry Rozier, though, maybe he is going to be part of the answer. Maybe we need to make some trade to try to get a quote-unquote true point guard. A number one, whatever, even though Spo says he doesn't play positions and numbers and stuff like that.
Yeah, and
but I mean, we had a true point guard in Kyle Lowry, didn't we?
No, he wasn't a true point guard.
He wasn't?
No, because he wasn't facilitating anything. I mean, he was a little washed. He was past his prime.
We can admit that.
And it's not about, not having a point guard, but you don't have a true facilitator.
Right.
A guy that can get his own shot and get others their shot.
Get everybody involved.
Right. Because when Jimmy does that, it takes a lot out of his game. He's already playing defense against the best wing player on the other team.
He's already trying to score. And
he's trying to score as well. That's why Tyler is supposed to be Tyler's time. Yeah. That's why when he got that triple-double, you're like, oh, okay.
Let's go.
You're showing us something there. Because say what you want about Brunson. He's averaging 29, but he's also got 7 to 8 assists. Trae Young averages 30 points, but he has double digits assists. So they're not only getting their own shot, but they're facilitating for others. And Miami hasn't had that in the last 2 seasons.
Yeah, they don't have that guy that just goes out there and really gets everybody involved while still getting theirs, getting some points and being a risk there. So don't know what the answer is. We'll figure it out, though, as the season goes on. Maybe it's just getting healthy. But, man, today we'll see with the Clippers. Because the Heat, they are looking for their 3rd win in a row. 6 o'clock, LA Clippers. Trade deadline is Thursday. Should be interesting. Do you feel as though Dejounte Murray eventually does get traded? Or do you think the Hawks are one of those teams like, let's just hold on?
I think he does because I think he's the most well, there's 2 players. But you would have to give Brooklyn everything to get Mikal Bridges.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's the final piece of the Knicks. But you put him anywhere. You put Mikal Bridges in Miami. You
Great
put
point.
him anywhere, you're rocking. You're
Mhm.
back in it.
And Brooklyn,
And Brooklyn's done. Like they went from being in the top 8 to hovering around the play-in to not even being the play-in right now.
they're a game and a half out of the play-in.
And yeah. So, and here's the other thing. We're already overpassed the halfway mark of the season.
Right.
So by the time the All-Star break hits, they've already almost played 50 games already.
Right. It's not a true middle of the season.
It's not true middle of the season. So, yeah, because right now Miami's played. This will be their 50th game of the season, and I do believe they have 3 games this week.
Coming up this week, the
Right
Miami
when is the
Heat,
All-Star break?
they're going to play the Magic on Tuesday, the Spurs on Wednesday, and the Celtics on Sunday. And then
the Bucks.
the All-Star break is after Valentine's Day. The last game
So
before
their
the break
last
is
game of
February
their last
13th.
game before the All-Star break is against Philadelphia.
Philadelphia,
They
yeah.
got a nasty 3. This is a nasty 3 game.
The schedule isn't easy, man. You get the Clippers, not easy. Magic, not easy. Spurs, you never know with Victor Wembanyama. Celtics, not easy. The
Yes,
Bucks,
Spurs. Yes, Celtics Super Bowl Sunday.
yes, at 2:00. an
Then
early
you
game.
go to Milwaukee on a Tuesday night affair,
And even though the Bucks have kind of looked suspect, I still believe that they're going to get it together.
and
be
then you have a nasty back-to-back after Milwaukee going to Philadelphia.
back-to-back, Milwaukee and Philadelphia. Then you get the All-Star break. Then you get the Pelicans in New Orleans, February 23rd. That's a nice game right there. See what the 23rd is.
But that starts off
That's a
your
Friday.
4 game. That starts off your they're going into the All-Star
Man, that-
break playing 2 games of their 6-game road trip.
That is a nasty road trip that they're going to be
Right.
going
So you
on.
start in Milwaukee, then you go to Philadelphia, then you go to New Orleans, then you go to Sacramento, then you go to Portland, then you go to Denver.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Ugh. Why do you get Denver at the end of a nasty road trip like that? As if things aren't hard enough.
And then you get Denver twice in 7 games.
Yeah. Get them at your place. You do get the Pistons at home in March.
No, it's on the road.
Oh, no, wait. We're at home. against
You
the
have 1
Pistons.
game at home, and then you
Oh,
have
okay.
2 on the road. But listen, there's some winnable games if you look at the schedule after the All-Star break. Just get healthy. And I think Rozier will get more comfortable more comfortable with the team and with the system. But currently, right now, I do believe they need to make another move.
As far as a scorer, a facilitator, just an overall, slasher athlete on the team.
You need something, man.
You need
enough-
points.
You need something, man. Maybe call Utah, talk to Danny Ainge, maybe get Colin Sexton.
Remember there was talk about Lauri Markkanen coming here.
Larry Markkinen with
He's an underrated player.
He's very good.
Very good player. And Utah's terrible.
No, they're not.
I
That's
think
the
they're
thing. That's the thing. They're playing well.
I think they're bad though.
No, you hoping that they're bad. Listen, a lot of teams. Listen, I'm praying for Phoenix to fail so that Devin Booker could become a Knick.
Whew.
But I could dream.
I was gonna say Phoenix of all the players, that's the guy I would keep.
Well, yeah, but he's CAA. He's got CAA ties. So
Okay.
CAA is basically the Knicks, and Clutch Sports is basically the Lakers. So it's a war going on between these 2 agencies, and they finally had a meeting in the Bronx. Well, I don't know if it was in the Bronx, but they finally had a meeting in the city to squash whatever beef they had, so that there's certain players like DeJounte Murray in Atlanta, who's a Clutch Sports client, could go to a team like the Knicks, who's basically run by CAA because of Leon Rose, and his son, who's an agent for CAA. That's what's going on here. Like basketball is being run like boxing with all these top, the top agencies. But
That doesn't bother me though.
DeJounte Murray seems to me to be the hottest prospect to trade for right now. And the Lakers, Knicks, and other teams are going to be definitely involved.
I
to
like
try to get
DeJounte Murray as a player. My only warning would be he never seems to fit in where he goes. In San Antonio, even though he had great numbers, didn't fit in. They were willing to trade him. And Atlanta looks like it would be a match made in heaven with Trae Young. Hasn't exactly worked out. Is that buyer beware with DeJounte Murray, maybe?
I think it's fit.
So he's just been in the wrong place,
I think when he was in San Antonio, they weren't ready to win.
right? In Atlanta, though, it looks like they have a good team, but they don't. They're
Atlanta
playing.
has just had that one good COVID year,
Yeah,
and then ever since then,
it's been bad.
yeah,
I mean, it's been underwhelming. That's the way I would explain the Atlanta Hawks.
underwhelming. Yeah, they haven't lived up to expectations.
Oh, man. The Dolphins, they have hired Ravens assistant head coach Anthony Weaver as their
Yes,
defensive
sir.
coordinator. We'll see.
Anthony Weaver.
Well, I'm willing to give it a shot. I think he'll be all right. He's got some guys if they can get everybody back and going and stay somewhat healthy. Pretty darn good when they weren't that healthy the last year. Man, Jalen Ramsey, man, stay healthy. Canes men's basketball team, they were down by 10 midway through the second half, but they came back and won 82-74 over Virginia Tech. Next up, they get Virginia tomorrow at 7. Got to start building that resume. It's moving February. You got to start making some moves if you are the Miami Hurricanes basketball team, because right now you're on the outside looking in, but both Vlad and I have confidence that they're going to be all right. They're going to find a way to get some wins. They got Coach L, who knows what he's doing. They've got a decent reputation, at least lately. Hopefully make the tournament. The Serie del Caribe continues today, Lone Depot Park. 3:30 Venezuela versus Puerto Rico. At 8 o'clock, Mexico taking on the Dominican Republic. Should be some fun games. Good times. Very affordable tickets, as I told you, Vlad. Some tickets are like $7, $6, $10.
Are you watching this? I'm sorry. Are you watching this Purdue Wisconsin game?
I've been keeping an eye on it.
I cannot recall the last time I've seen so many intangibles on the court.
Oh, man. No, it's Wisconsin, man. What do you
There's
expect?
8 intangibles and 2 brothers on the court.
Wisconsin always has a large amount of Europeans on the team, European heritage guys on the team.
Can't believe it.
And both teams are highly ranked, by the way.
Exactly.
Second and sixth.
Oh my God.
It's
It's
the
like,
state of
I feel
college
like
basketball, baby.
I'm like watching a real live Hoosiers.
State of college basketball. I don't know. Inter Miami, they did defeat Hong Kong 4-1 this morning. Leo Campana, he got a goal. Leo Messi did not play, and the crowd started
So
booing.
Suarez didn't play either?
Suarez did not play either. So those people in Hong Kong that are probably pretty rich. I don't know. It's one of the richest countries, if not the richest country in the world. Spent all that money and just saw Messi and Suarez sitting on the bench. NHL All-Star game last night. Team Matthews defeated Team McDavid 7-4. Panthers, they are going to be hosting the Philadelphia Flyers this coming Tuesday. And the Panthers, they partnered with Publix for a new Panthers sub. Interesting. So Publix is making it happen, man. They got partnership with Inter Miami. Now they've got this partnership in the sub with the Panthers. Not a bad thing. Pro Bowl begins at 3 today in Orlando. Tua, Tyreek, Alec Ingold, and Raheem Mostert have been named starters. A little flag football action.
It's a lot of starters for one team.
Got some players. I mean, you got to understand though, two teams they're not eligible to send anybody.
If Tua wins Pro Bowl MVP, is that a big accomplishment?
No, it's not an accomplishment at all. It's not, I mean, no matter what, if you ball out in the Pro Bowl flag football game, that does not count for anything. Do you even if maybe they give you a trophy, maybe they don't? Do you keep that trophy? I guess you do. I would. Yeah, I would.
Yeah, you would.
Yeah, I would. I can't take it.
I mean,
like how
they say who the NBA All-Star MVP is.
Right. I like how ESPN, since there's nothing going right now, they're doing like wall-to-wall pregame coverage of the Pro Bowl. Is that Tua? Man, you were right. Tua looks like he's hit the pub subs.
He's a little
hit
portly.
the pub subs lately.
He's a little portly.
Is that Gardner Minshew?
Yes.
So your
starting quarterbacks is Gardner Minshew,
CJ Stroud,
and Tua.
Okay. Well, why? What are the offensive linemen? They do some blocking. I watched it last year, but I threw up watching it, so I didn't know what was going on.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I saw that too. They come last in the competition, and it was bad.
That doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
FAU's doing good. They beat Tulsa 102-70 last night. They were ranked 20th in the country. Expecting the Owls to make a run this year.
Absolutely.
They're not going to sneak up on anybody this year.
No.
Still like it?
I like it. I
All right.
like Davos to make a run.
All right. All right. With that being said, let's go ahead and real quick take a step into the day spa. After escaping a Scottish zoo, a monkey was spotted eating vegetables in a garden. So to stop him, they shot him with a tranquilizer gun.
While he was eating his veggies?
Yeah, no.
Come on, that's messed up.
Shouldn't be
man.
shooting your monkey with a
You
tranquilizer
can't be
gun.
shooting a monkey while he's eating his veggies.
No, what's wrong with that? Vegetables are for everyone.
That's messed up.
Monkeys are crafty, man. You always get these stories of monkeys breaking on the loose. What if you saw a monkey? You go down to Dania Beach, can't you, Vlad? You ever gone down and checked out the monkeys that hang out there?
No.
When I was in Costa Rica surfing, the whole thing was to go see monkeys. And honestly, they feed for about 30 minutes a day, and the rest of the time they sleep.
Monkeys are a-holes. You know that, right?
Yeah, they're jerks. You don't want to mess with them.
Okay.
I don't get excited about monkeys. Do you?
No.
Okay. I'm glad we covered that. Monkeys, yeah, they're not the nicest creatures in the world, from what I heard. Oh, the Dolphins, they are way over the cap. There's going to have to be some casualties. Who are some of the guys that will not be on this Dolphins team next year? Vlad and I will take a look here on Sports Day 560 WQAM. Miami Dolphins. All we have to look forward to, at least recently, is this Pro Bowl. I'm not taking much stock in the Pro Bowl. I will not watch much of it, Vlad, except whatever's on right here. Dolphins got some questions to answer, though. I was recently looking at an article on the Dolphins Wire. It's an article by Mike Masala talking about 4 Dolphins who could be cap casualties this offseason. As of now, the Dolphins are currently projected to be $51.9 million over the projected salary cap for 2024. Is that bad?
Yeah.
It's not good. Who are some of the guys that may not be on the team next year, or you're going to have to do some cost cutting because that is unacceptable, basically $52 million over the projected salary cap? I mean, one guy that we are going to expect to not be on this team is cornerback Xavier Howard, correct?
I would assume he would not be on the roster next season.
$25.91 million cap hit in 2024. That would be what he would be to this team. That's $25 million. That's getting close to half of what the cap would be. He was injured a lot this year. Kind of, I would say, underperformed this year. We expected him to be a little bigger and badder. So Xavier Howard's one of those guys. This is an interesting case. They say Emmanuel Ogbah. Well, we know he got into Vic Fangio's doghouse, but we've seen in the past he's been a pretty good player.
So then, all right, depending on the scheme that Anthony Weaver is going to be bringing in,
correct?
Guys that were in the doghouse, the Fangs doghouse. Was it Cam Smith?
Cam Smith was definitely in the doghouse.
Ogbah, Javon Holland, a couple of other guys. Are you going to keep these guys? Well, I mean, Holland, you're going to keep, obviously. Cam, you redrafted. But like Ogbah, do you bring him back because it's just maybe a different system? He knows he knows the team. He's been around his team for many years. Maybe a new coach, a different system can better utilize him.
Yeah, I would be willing to take a flyer on Ogbah. This is the thing. He is in the second year of a 4-year, $65 million extension. Is he worth that much is the question.
You got to eat that. You got to eat that.
I think you take it, man. I don't want to give up on Emmanuel Ogbah yet. Xavier Howard, it was a good run. Emmanuel Ogbah, I'm not exactly willing to give up on. Another guy that they said could be a casualty is Jerome Baker. Of course, Jerome Baker had the hand injury. I thought he was kind of the heart and soul of this defense at some points. Of course.
Yeah, but he's getting old and he's coming back from some injuries.
Mm-hmm.
I could see.
And he $14.8 million in 2024. If they were to release him, the Dolphins could save close to $10 million.
Yeah, that's happening.
Is he that valuable?
That's happening.
I mean, I want him back, but you look at the numbers and it's a business at the same time. Looks like Jerome Baker might not be long for this team. That's happening, right, Vlad? That's happening. You said it.
What?
Jerome Baker probably not going to be a Dolphin next
year.
I
don't think Jerome Baker will be a Dolphin. If he is a Dolphin, he's his contract's being restructured.
Definitely restructured. Cornerback Keon Crossan. Remember, he didn't play last year due to the injuries. He's part of a 3-year, $9.45 million contract back in 2022. So this would be the second year of that 3-year.
No, this would be the third year.
Third year? 22, 23, 24. Okay. So 27-year-old making money that the other guys in the cornerback room aren't. Just 2.99. So basically a $3 million cap hit. That's okay. If he gets healthy and plays well, I think we could use him for $3 million. That's not bad.
Yeah.
I'm not upset with that. But I mean, then again, guys have to go. Like, where's all this money going to come? That's why I don't think you can really sign Tua to the big contract this year. You have to just kind of play it out because where's the money going to go? Where's it going to come from?
They got to figure it out then.
But Xavier Howard, the glaring $25.91 million cap hit 2024. That is a big amount. And he's coming off the injury.
Yeah.
And a less than stellar season. He is your longest tenured member on the team.
But he's also, what, 30, 31?
He's got got a little tread on the tire. He's 31 this offseason. And you've got a lockdown in Jalen Ramsey. Thought it was going to be a dream come true between those two, and it just didn't work out that way. There was injuries. I understand that. But now, man, possibly $52 million over the projected salary cap. That's tough, man. That is a lot of money. This team's going to look very different. Very different. But we've got our new defensive coordinator,
Mr. Weaver.
Mr. Weaver. New school system. We'll see. I don't know what Anthony Weaver exactly brings to the team. I kind of looked him up. He's been coaching for a while. Of course, he played in the league for a while. Seems like maybe it's Mike McDaniel.
So from the Ravens, you have to have good linebackers.
Yes.
It's always been the centerpiece for the Baltimore Ravens defense, obviously with Ray.
Mm-hmm.
But even last year, if you saw Roquan and the job that he do, you're going to replace Jerome. Who are they going to be finding, or who are they going to sign to be that guy in the middle of that defense?
That is interesting. Yeah. And at what price? Where do you get this great linebacker at this great price? It's interesting. Does Duke Riley come back to the team and help you out a little bit? I thought he was decent in with the injuries and everything.
Who are you going to get right now? Because if you don't sign Jerome, you're going to have to find a middle linebacker.
You do have to find a middle linebacker.
He's going to have to be in charge of leading that defense.
Calling the plays.
Right.
So maybe Jerome Baker, oh man. So basically $10 million they would, if they release him.
Yo, he looks pudgy. Look at him.
Tua Tagovailoa? Maybe it's the hair. Is it the hair?
He looks like Moana's, like the guy in Moana.
I mean, he's kind of got the kind of braids going, so maybe that's it. Like, we're not used to seeing him with.
Nah, bro, his shoulders are wide now. He big boy. He's a big boy.
His face looks very full,
like he's eating a lot.
Tyreek looks great though. So does Raheem Mostert. They look healthy. Cause for concern. Is there cause for concern that Tua is a little portly in this Pro Bowl?
A little portly.
He got done with the season, man. It was a long season. He played every single game. Maybe he kind of, took a little vacation from his routine.
Where he went to Waikiki?
Maybe
he went to Luau.
He went back to Hawaii.
I don't know, but he's look. They all don't look like they've been to the gym. They all look like after whatever their respective last game was, that was it. But Tua was the latest out of all of them.
Yeah. I don't know.
No, I'm sorry. CJ Stroud was. But still.
CJ Stroud played an extra game after winning that one against the Browns.
But still.
Yeah. Maybe it's his hair. I'm hoping it's his hair.
What do you mean? Why can't he decide on his hair? One day he has the Drake mohawk, the neck is Drake weird. Braids, then he has the more. Well, decide on a haircut.
We need leadership when it comes to quarterback and your hair. Oh, but yeah, are we alone in thinking that Tua looks a little out of shape? 305-567-0560 if you want to text in. Also, we're on YouTube and Twitch live. Just look for 560 WQAM. It's not a bad thing, but it's not a good thing. You want your guys looking.
Well, we talked about how he needs to be a more elusive next season.
That's true.
So to be more elusive, he's got to lose some of the weight, or it's got to tone. It's got to tone up.
Mm-hmm.
Because you got to understand, he gained that weight because of the concussion. So he wanted to have enough, space, some cushion when he gets thrown around like a rag doll.
Right.
And it worked. It worked right. It worked correctly this season. Played all 18.
Yeah.
But with that weight, it also has a little, there's a flip to it. It doesn't allow you to be more elusive and escape from the pocket the way that you would love your quarterback to.
And all the most
third and four is hard for Tua.
I was going to say, all the successful quarterbacks, they do have some form of mobility. I mean, Patrick Mahomes is a poster boy for mobile quarterbacks. Lamar Jackson, most likely the MVP. He is very mobile. Brock Purdy showed you that he's mobile.
And you're talking about 3 different type of quarterbacks. One guy looks like an athlete. The other guy is an unbelievable athlete who has a dad bod and runs like a duck. And the other guy, you wouldn't even think he's elusive at all. And he can get you 4 or 5 yards easily.
And like we said earlier, Joe Burrow, when he's healthy, he's a little more elusive than most people are giving him credit for. I don't watch a lot of Justin Herbert. He seems like he's more of the pocket passer.
But he can move.
And we also know in Jacksonville, Trevor Lawrence
He
is
can
mobile.
move.
He's mobile.
You have to be able to move out of the pocket in the NFL.
It's true. You bring up a good point. That maybe is a little more alarming that he's put on a little bit of weight, even though it's a long off season. We might want him toned up and moving. We might have to take some risks this year and let Tua be a little more mobile and maybe take a couple more hits because extend some plays more. Going to be interesting. That's something right there. Up next, going to do a little something or nothing here on Sports Day 560 WQAM.
There we are, 24/7.
Sunday Fun Day here on 560 WQAM in Macuzan. I am Vladimir Louison. We are live on 560 WQAM in South Florida on the Odyssey app around the world. And you can watch us live, Twitch and YouTube. All you have to do is look for 560 WQAM. Right now, I'm going to do a little something or nothing. Vlad, you're going to decide whether it is something or nothing. Bill Belichick, he recently posted a little something in the Boston Globe thanking Patriots fans and saying he loved coaching there. Is that something or nothing?
That's something.
That was a classy move.
Yeah, he actually took time out of his schedule to write something heartfelt to the Patriot fans. So, as much of a
Unceremonious ending, kind of.
no, but like just sometimes he's just a crude a-hole sometimes. He actually let them know that he appreciated them and he appreciated coaching them and winning Super Bowls for them. So that was a great thing. That is something.
Are you surprised that he didn't land anywhere this year and he's not coaching?
No,
I'm not.
because if you looked at it, Black Monday wasn't crazy. Black Monday, all the firings happened during the middle towards the end of the week because I think teams actually took the time out and didn't do something in a haste reaction. They just did it. They took their time, they weighed all the options, and then they made the moves. I think with Belichick, he's got one job that's waiting for him anytime. I really think that Dallas Cowboy
Yeah.
job is there for him. And if McCarthy doesn't lead them to a whatever significant goal that they want to in 2024, I think he'll take the job.
Could you see a situation where the Dallas Cowboys do exactly what they did this year, win a whole lot of games, and then get beat badly in the playoffs, and McCarthy,
If that happens again,
they
he's
got to fire
fired.
him. They got to fire him.
He's fired like during the game.
I mean, Dallas Cowboys fans wanted him fired during the game, against the Packers. And then that would be a pretty nice landing spot for Bill Belichick, I would think. With that good defense, Micah Parsons, those guys in there. Dak Prescott. He already knows Ezekiel Elliott a little bit. Yeah. I mean, Ezekiel Elliott plays with the Patriots now. I'm getting my years mixed up. Nonetheless, I do think Bill Belichick will coach next year, though. Not this coming season, but the season afterwards. I think it's
Okay.
a little too hasty. I don't think there was a right fit. I don't think Atlanta would have been really that great for Bill Belichick. And
I think it would have been a good fit. He doesn't want to go to a major market where he has to talk to the media a lot. Dallas, he's going to have to talk to the media a lot.
oh goodness, that's gonna
And next year, there's going to be a lot of jobs, a lot of guys' asses on the Foreman grill.
be every year.
Coach Robert Sala's on that would be the
Hmm.
irony that he actually goes back to the Jets if Salah's fired.
That would be interesting. Man, it's going to be interesting to see.
Philadelphia.
Yeah, the Eagles fans wanted Sirianni fired too. I thought that was crazy. It's going to be interesting, though, to see what happens with Aaron Rodgers, how good the Jets are going to be.
Chicago next year if Eberflus doesn't pan out.
He doesn't seem to be doing the greatest job in the world there. But then again, he doesn't have anything. But nonetheless, a lot of jobs. But we'll see. Last night, big matchup, North Carolina, Duke, Armando Bacot. He did the too small to Kyle Philip. I call him Flipkowski, but it's Filipkowski. Is that something or nothing?
He's too small,
He's too small?
even though he's taller than him, but he's too small. Nah, it's nothing.
I
Man.
love the trash talk, though.
It's nothing. Just college basketball's best rivalry, living it up. It was a good game.
North Carolina won.
Carolina won at Chapel Hill. Now they going to Durham.
It's going to be a war. It's always a war. Always love seeing those games. Caitlin Clark, she scored 38 versus Maryland yesterday for Iowa. She is now 66 points from passing Kelsey Plum. Something or nothing.
That's something. Kelsey Plum's my baby. Man.
I know, man. Isn't she married to Darren Waller?
Yeah,
That's a power couple right there.
If you say. No hate for Darren Waller. Congratulations to those two. Yeah, man. That's crazy. Kelsey just set that record not too long ago.
They were saying, Stephen A. Smith, I think, said it. Caitlin Clark is the female equivalent of Steph Curry.
I can see that.
She can ball, man. She is
Here's
a very.
Here's the thing that I hate. we think because of their frame, the way they look, their stature, that because they're not as athletic as, like, say, a LeBron, that people seem to relate more to shooters.
Mm-hmm.
Guess what, bro? You're not as great of a shooter as Caitlin Clark or Steph Curry
You're not a freak of
or
nature.
Sabrina
Ionescu.
Ionescu. So stop that. Stop that, because don't think you're relatable because why? He's
Oh, I can
60.
shoot. I can
You're
shoot.
not. You're not. You're just not as relatable as LeBron 6'8", 265 muscle ass. No, you're not. So stop thinking that. Yes, Caitlin Clark is great. I found myself watching more women's college basketball this year. Love the SEC. SEC women's college basketball is better than. I'm about to say something crazy.
Go
man.
no, go ahead.
It's better than the SEC men's football. How about that?
Whoa, okay. I thought you were gonna go a different direction, but man,
No, bro. I've been watching every Thursday night.
I want to say this. It's interesting. Women's college basketball seems to be maybe more lucrative than going to the WNBA. Like Angel Reese even said it. Like, I make more money at LSU than I would if I go to the WNBA.
The NILs change everything.
Caitlin Clark might have to take a pay cut when she graduates this year. You're serious? I'm not even joking. They might have to take a pay cut. Some of the deals that they have. That's interesting. But yeah, it's fun watching LSU, Kim Mulkey, Angel Reese. It's fun watching Caitlin Clark. They're ballers, and they are ballers, man. They can play. Give them some credit. Speaking of ballers, did you see this? Yesterday, Auburn, Ole Miss, Auburn's Johnny Broome thought that he had a fan from Ole Miss kind of tugging on him and messing with him, so he slaps the guy's hand away, only to find out it's Morgan Freeman.
No way.
Something or nothing.
That's something. How do you tug away God's hand?
He didn't know. He said, I thought it was an Ole Miss fan messing with me. All of a sudden, I looked back after I swatted his hand away and saw it was Morgan Freeman. And Morgan Freeman actually said, I'm a huge fan of yours. I like the way you play. And I'm sorry for pushing your hand away, Mr. Freeman. I actually watched one of your movies. He says he watched one of his movies on the way to the game, on the flight to the game. I don't know if he actually did or not, but nonetheless, said he's a huge
What movie was that?
Yeah, the Shawshank Redemption. Yeah.
How funny. We bring back Shawshank.
What's Morgan Freeman's best movie? There's so many of them. I'm going to go with Glory. I love that movie.
That's a good question.
I mean, a lot of people would go to Shawshank, Driving Miss Daisy.
I love Lean on Me.
Lean on Me? He's a great actor. Great voice actor, too. In the years. Wasn't he God Almighty, Evan Almighty? Was he God?
Yeah, he was, He was,
What a guy. NWA. You know who they are. They received a Grammy Lifetime Achievement Award last night. Is that something or nothing?
That's something.
That's awesome.
A little too late, but,
Better late than never.
I guess.
Revolutionary, by the way. Wow, man. NWA. Could you ever believe that the recording industry would recognize a band called NWA? That's crazy, man.
Why not? They recognize the wrestling.
I would just feel as though that the establishment would be a little weary of gangsta rap. Legendary, man.
If they knew what they would know now, that they would have signed up for it immediately.
Yep. Speaking of music, Japan's embassy has assured the whole world that Taylor Swift will be able to get out of the country and make it to the Super Bowl next weekend.
So that
Something or nothing.
means, that's something. That means she's getting a police
Expedited everything.
police ride.
She's doing the world tour, but got to go to the Super Bowl.
Dude, she's still gonna by the time she gets back to America, she'll have 6 hours. Like, she'll be good.
But that the Japanese embassy says rest easy. Taylor Swift will be at the Super Bowl. I don't think I lost any sleep over that. I was pretty sure.
That's crazy. You got to win now, Travis, because the girl's actually going to be a day ahead of you to come back to be a day behind you.
She's a ride or die, man. She really is. She's at every game. I mean, for whatever reason, I'm sure she's there because she wants to support, but at the same time, there's probably some other stuff going on there. Nonetheless.
You know what I hate
What do you
about
hate?
this relationship?
What do you hate?
That people think that Travis Kelce started the fade haircut.
Really?
Yes.
The fade's been around for decades.
The intangibles, bro.
Really? They
The
think that
intangibles. Yeah.
Travis Kelce started the fade.
Yeah.
Man, people live in a cocoon, I think. Literally. Like even my mom, Big Lynn, knows about fades. She might not know who Travis Kelce
Like,
is, but she
what
knows
is
about-
all right? I get she moves the needle, right?
Of course, yes.
But what is she's doing that's causing 9 figures being moved for the Kansas City Chiefs?
That's crazy.
Like what? Every little girl that loves Travis,
Make their
Taylor
dad
Swift
bet on him.
is what forcing them to buy a Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce jersey.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I mean, this is my thing. She's successful. Some people they can't help but be successful. Maybe that's why everybody thinks Kansas City seem to be. I don't know. Puxatawny Phil did not see his shadow on Groundhog Day. That means
nice.
early spring. Early spring, Vlad. Is that something or nothing?
That's something I want to hear. I want to have an early spring.
Would you ever go to the Groundhog Day celebration?
Wait, in Washington?
It's in Pennsylvania.
It's in Pucks. Yeah, well, that's
Puxatawny.
where whatever that place is called.
Puxatawny.
Puxatawny.
I
No,
probably wouldn't. I just watched the movie Groundhog Day. That's enough. That's enough of the
Really?
experience.
Like I'm really.
That's enough of the experience.
Yo, you know what's funny though? That's something you got to take your girl's gonna want to go to that stupidness. You got to take her to that.
Early in the morning, it's cold, bruh.
It's brick, baby.
Cold. Speaking of animals, last but not least, India has released a pigeon that they were holding captive because they thought it was a Chinese spy. Something or nothing.
Wait, so what kind of
So this
interrogation?
pigeon.
What type of interrogation questions were they asking a pigeon?
Yeah, I know. Well, I guess the pigeon answered correctly. I don't know. But, it was around some secret government. It kept appearing around secret government agencies and areas. And India said, no, none of this. None of this. I don't know how they knew it was for China or anything. I guess it's clear now. They let it go. Back to China.
Mm.
I don't know. I don't know.
Your stories, man.
These are real, man. This isn't me making up stuff. Good thing to know, though. Taylor Swift will not be in Japan for the Super Bowl.
Yeah, should be in the United States.
She will be in Las Vegas.
So she'll be performing on a Sunday in Japan,
And then, whoop,
and then traveling back into Sunday in the United States.
that's it. Congratulations. Love knows no bounds. Gonna get you caught up with everything happening in the world next here on Sports Day 560 WQAM.
It's time for Sports Day.
Beautiful day. Beautiful day.
Turn it up. It's Sports Day with Dan Day.
I was just now thinking about something. If Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, and Andy Reid stay relatively healthy and together, in my opinion, I think they have a chance to catch guys like Tom Brady and Bill Belichick. I really do believe in that. You don't, Lad? You think that that's uncatchable?
Yeah, it's over for Travis Kelce. B. After this Super Bowl, he may have one more year, and then I think it's over. He'll be 35. I don't think you want to put yourself through the rigor of the NFL season again. What is there for you to accomplish? You're gonna have all the records, all the postseason records. You have your chance of winning a third ring. You're good.
You think though Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid together?
I don't think
healthy?
Andy. I mean, it all stands on Andy Reid. I gotta give Andy Reid credit, man. This guy's had a crazy life.
Yeah, it's true.
You know, like
With
his son's right. Like you look at him, he's like, man, maybe you should have been taking care of home a little bit more than staying in the football field. But you win a couple of Super Bowls and everything changes. Then if you win the third one, people are going to start talking about him being the best head coach ever in the NFL, even though, we're acting like Belichick had won 6, still 2 times more than what he's won.
Exactly. They don't grow on trees, but if you look at the past, this triumvirate, whatever you want to call them, they're either in it, they win it, or they're a play away from getting to the Super Bowl over the past couple of years.
Yeah, it all started when Pat got on the team. If it wasn't for Pat, this thing wouldn't have started.
Oh yeah, no.
They were winning. They were winning division. They were winning the AFC West. They were going to the playoffs. They were having some great games, but they would lose. They lost in a shootout to the Colts. It wasn't until 15 took over that they've become the juggernaut that they are right now.
I really do believe in Patrick Mahomes, though. I mean, that's not a hot take, but I really do believe that Patrick Mahomes stays healthy. He can give it a run, man. Since 2020, he's been right there, if not winning it, of course, obviously. But even the year they didn't make it when the Bengals beat them, it took a heroic effort from the Bengals to get past them. They just always seem to be there, and it's because of 15. It's because of Patrick Mahomes.
Dude, if it wasn't a Frank Clark offsides penalty, that might have not been offside, but it was, and yes. And what you said, Joe Burrow, they went for it. The Chiefs went for it on they could have gone for a field goal and they went for it for a touchdown. They didn't get the touchdown. They could have extended the lead. They pretty much did the same thing that the Lions did last year, but we gave them the pass because they were the defending Super Bowl champs at the time. And I still think, and as they talk to Tyreek in the Pro Bowl right now on ESPN, I still think Patrick Mahomes' performance in the Super Bowl against the Buccaneers was the greatest performance by a losing quarterback ever.
He was great. It was his best team too. God, they got it. No,
and I'm saying that not because of his numbers, because the greatest game I've ever seen a quarterback play in a losing was Brady against the Eagles. But if you saw that game when they had no tackles and the Buccaneers were running at him like
he was a one-man show,
unabated, and he was just running for his life and throwing darts at receivers' hands like Tyreek, and they were dropping them. Yeah, that's how good 15 is.
Oh, he's that good. Absolutely. With that being said, you said the Detroit Lions. I'll be honest, this is what happened on the big 4th down that Dan Campbell went for that he didn't get. The computer froze on me and I didn't see the play. So I can't say that I was saying, no, don't go for it, kick the field goal. I would have said that, but that's hindsight, of course. Do you believe in that theory, Vlad, that you go down the way you fought all year? Or do you
Hell
believe?
no.
I believe that there's circumstances.
I'm changing. I'm sorry.
Yeah. And if you're a numbers guy or what do they call it? Sabermetrics guy. The sabermetrics are different in championship games than in regular season games.
We're happy with Purdue. What's going on? Purdue against Wisconsin right now.
Why are we happy?
Somebody in the studio says Purdue -2.5.
Oh, okay. Okay. Somebody's making some money. 75-69 with 5 seconds left. I believe in the playoffs, and especially in a championship game, that some of those numbers need to go out. I'm the believer of this. You amass as many points as you possibly can until you absolutely have to start going for things.
If you're leading, add to your lead.
Add to your lead.
Do
You're right.
do not take away from your lead when you can add to your lead.
Right.
Here's my thing, though, Cousin.
Go ahead.
It would have been 27-10
Yes.
midway through the third quarter.
Change the complexion of the game.
The time and the score is our friends.
Exactly.
That's the thing. No, that's why I've been
and it's
F
so
that,
stupid.
bro.
I don't like the people that say, well, he went for it all year. Why would he change
That's
now?
right.
Because it's a different
He
game.
went for it all year and he had a 24-7 lead on that. So then you continue that. You can change. It's not like I didn't go for it on fourth down.
He's
And
not a sellout.
right. You're leading.
You know how much the game changes, Vlad, if you make that field goal. The whole complexion of the game changes. Instead, you don't get it. They score a touchdown. You fumble on the next play.
Remember,
boom, they're right back where they need to be.
San Francisco got the ball in the second half.
Mm-hmm.
They scored, but they didn't score a touchdown. They scored a field goal. So if you max their field goal, you just whatever energy, whatever momentum they started to generate was just evaporated. Boom, just like that. Done.
Yeah.
Donezo. And now he has to throw the ball. He has to throw the ball because that's what he had to do. And he underthrew a pass, hit a guy's mask and on his helmet, and then that was it. You caught the ball and then scored a touchdown a couple plays later. And then the Jahmyr Gibbs fumble happened. That was it. Game was over.
It drove me crazy all year long when Mike McDaniel at the beginning of games wouldn't kick field goals and go for it. I said, why not get points early? Get some points on the board, start getting some momentum, and then later in the game, if it feels though the need to go for it, go for it. Get the points. It drove me absolutely crazy with Mike McDaniel. I thought that was bad coaching. I said it all year.
And that's and that was a question that I posed to Hollywood and Omar when they were filling in for Joe. Is the fact that would your coach have done that down here? And he said, yeah, he thinks he would have definitely done the same thing that Dan Campbell did. And I'm like, that's the type of stuff that gets you Shawn Michaels super kick to the grill because you're up. You're not down.
Make it hard. Yeah. Now I understand if you're down going for it.
Yeah,
absolutely.
you're up. Extend the lead. I don't get that. Nobody, fam. If you have a chance to make $300,000 right there, or do you have a chance to make 600, 700,000, but you got to wait a little bit longer? What are you going to do?
A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush.
But you already got 1.7 million.
That's what I'm saying.
You already got 1.7 million. You have a chance of making 300,000 more right now, or possibly making 600, 700,000, but you might not make it.
Makes no sense.
Give me the extra three.
Yeah, give me the sure thing.
Give me the and don't tell me it wasn't a
Make it-
sure thing because he was 88, like he was 80% from there.
All you have to do, make it harder for that team to win the game. You, in a way, opened yourself up, which you did open yourself up. And a lot of people, and of course, he's going to come out and say hindsight. That's why everybody. I think a lot of people at the time were probably saying, "What is he doing? Why is he going for it?" I don't know. Well, you're playing to win. I don't know. You're playing stupid. Remember, Dan Campbell kind of has that meathead mentality that people give him that label, and he played into it right there. Like I said, I wasn't able to watch it in real time because the computer froze, and next thing you know, the computer came back and San Francisco had the ball. I was like, did they miss a field goal? Nope. Decided to go for it. Okay. Let's get to some headlines real quick. The Heat, they look to win their third in a row tonight at 6 when they host the Clippers. The trade deadline is Thursday. A lot of pundits are saying they have no idea what the Heat's going to do. I don't even know if the Heat know what they're going to do, but Pat Riley always says they're looking to get better. We'll
But
see.
who is out there, bro?
Who's out there? Maybe DeJounte Murray.
That's the biggest name that's out there right now. Why would the Hawks help a division rival?
Right. I thought Terry Rozier, I still think Terry Rozier is enough of a move. I thought that's a good move. Kyle Lowry out, Terry Rozier in. You improve your
Terry
team.
Rozier is good, but it's not moving the needle, bro.
You don't think?
No.
Okay. The combination,
No.
Jimmy, Bam, Tyler.
No,
Scary Terry?
no,
Jaime?
no,
Kevin Love here and there?
no,
Kevin Love doesn't sweeten the deal.
no.
Okay. Dolphins have a new defensive coordinator. It is former Ravens assistant head coach Anthony Weaver. Going to be interesting to see how that defense looks next year. Has Vic Fangio officially taken the job in Philadelphia, or is it just one of those things?
I don't know.
Let's look it up right now. I know there was talk about everything. Let's see. Jalen Ramsey, Dolphins hire Weaver. I don't think it is. Let's see. I'll go to his Wikipedia page because we know Wikipedia never lies. Guy, he's coached everywhere. No, they say he's the defensive coordinator for the Philadelphia Eagles. So
All right. Well, if Wikipedia said it, it's true.
It's a done deal. Assistant coach of the year in 2018. He has coached everywhere. From Dunmore High School in Pennsylvania in 1980, 1981. He was a defensive coordinator all the way to now the Philadelphia Eagles defensive coordinator. Okay. Quite the resume right there. Canes men's basketball team, they did defeat Virginia Tech 82-74 yesterday. Next up, they get Virginia tomorrow at 7 o'clock. Don't want to say it's a must win, but Canes men's basketball team, they have to start putting some wins together if they want to put together a nice resume to make it into the NCAA tournament.
Yep.
And like you said, Vlad, you split with UNC, and UNC is really good, by the way. That's a very quality win. Maybe you get Duke, you beat Duke. I think that's enough work that you've done, especially with your recent history and everything. I think that's enough. We'll wait and see. Tomorrow, 7 o'clock, you'll get to hear the Canes men's basketball team with Joe Zagacki. You get Venezuela and Puerto Rico coming up at 3:30. That's going to be at Lone Depot Park, the Serie del Caribe. And then Mexico and Dominican Republic tonight at 8 o'clock. Those games look like a lot of fun, man. Everybody seems to be really having a good time and representing. Very cool, very interesting. A bunch of countries. There's just something about whenever you throw that national flag on, how interesting it gets. Like the Olympics. Awesome. Every sport is awesome. The Olympics. You watch it outside the Olympics, it's okay. Slope skiing, okay, cool. But when it's a country, it's awesome. Speaking of countries, Inter Miami, they defeated Hong Kong 4-1 early this morning. Leo Campana got a goal. Leo Messi did not play. Fans in attendance were very upset. That's why you buy a ticket for Leo Messi on his individual autograph signing tour and not to go see Inter Miami take on Hong Kong. Luis Suarez also didn't play. That's why we say, Vlad, you don't go to see a player, you go to see a game.
See the team
and a team. Never, like LeBron James and the Lakers are in town. I'm going to see the Heat and the Lakers, not LeBron James. Now, if he does play, that's an added bonus, but I'm not that type of guy. Some people obviously were. Pro Bowl going on right now. It's 1950. I don't even know what that means, what the score is. They're running all types of weird trick plays. They're wearing bucket hats and shorts. They have towels, and somebody just dropped a pass. It was Tua just dropped a pass, by the way. Oh, no, that's Jalen Hurts. Okay. Excitement. Excitement reigns at the old Pro Bowl. It's packed at the Pro Bowl. You said tickets were about $30. So
yeah, something to that effect.
Nice little trip. There's a good crowd there. The Manning brothers are coaching. People are laughing and joking. Looks like a good little time. Speaking of good little times, let's go ahead and take a step into the day spas. Cherry, a 26-year-old TikToker from Seattle, says she makes $20,000 a year selling her leg and armpit hair. Yet men still revile her as disgusting. She says men that really can't even grow facial hair are the ones that make her out to be nasty. I can't grow facial hair. I'm not knocking her, though. Do your thing.
That's disgusting.
Who are these guys or girls spending money to buy a woman's body hair?
A lot of weirdos, bro. A lot of
weirdos with money.
A lot of weirdos
with money. You know that I in the past was friends with Stormy Daniels, at the time husband, and she used to say some of the requests that she would get. Weird, dude. Just straight up weird.
I can see it.
Yeah, I can see it. Talk a little bit of Panthers next here on Sports Day 560 WQAM.
Smart speaker? Just ask your device to play WQAM. All our shows, all our games, all our shenanigans. WQAM on your smart speaker.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's called All-Star Weekend. You got the Pro Bowl going on right now. I don't even know if there's defenders on the field or not. I don't know what's going on. Last night, NHL All-Star Game. Sam Reinhart, Sergei Bobrovsky participated for the Panthers. The Panthers getting back in action Tuesday against the Philadelphia Flyers. Panthers have been really good this year. They're exactly where I think they want to be. You don't want to win the President's Cup. We've done that before. Doesn't go well in the playoffs.
Don't want to do that.
So we'll let the Bruins do all the heavy lifting, have another great season, and someone, if not us, will eliminate them in the playoffs. We're not worried about that. Right now, the Panthers stand at 31-14 and 4 overtime losses, 66 points. That is second best in the East, and it's right up there in the West, right behind the Canucks. They have 71 points, and the Bruins have 71 points. And then a couple teams in the West also, like the Avalanche, have 67. Dallas Stars have 66. Other than that, man, you're good. You're right where you want to be, basically the second seed. You're better than the Rangers, who are leading the Metropolitan Division, and you're playing really good, the Panthers, right now. Winning gritty games, kind of getting battle tested. You won 4 in a row. Sergei Bobrovsky, he's been really good this year. Matthew Tkachuk getting healthier and playing really well. Sam Reinhart, we already know, is an all-star. I can see the Panthers pretty much staying right there, Vlad, and being right where they want to be, maybe a 2 or 3 seed going into the NHL playoffs. And this is a team I have confidence in during the regular season and, of course, in the postseason, because they've got Paul Maurice and they've got his style that is very conducive to playoff hockey. I'm believing in this Panthers team.
Well, you should believe in them
Thank you.
because they've shown you since last season the type of team they are.
Mhm.
And most teams kind of struggle to try to get their footing, to try to get their, their skates back on, try to get their time in after a Stanley Cup run, especially an unbelievable run that they had last season. And they were up and down early on. But since maybe the first, maybe 3 weeks of the season.
Yeah.
No, I don't want to say that. There was a little stretch where they were, I think maybe right before Christmas, they had a little tough stretch.
There's points.
Yeah. But after that, man, from the Christmas on, they've been one of the best teams in hockey and just showing you that you expect a long run in the postseason again, barring any significant injury to any of the major players.
Yeah, honestly, over the past really 3 years, they've been one of the most successful teams in the league. They were in a President's Cup 1 year, which meant last year run in the postseason, and this year they've been really good. So for 3 years, Panthers have been riding high, and I'll be the first to admit they kind of blew up the whole President's Cup thing first. I was a little bit of a doubting Thomas with Paul Maurice, and Paul Maurice kept saying, "Don't worry, it's playoff. It's going to be different. We're not worried about the regular season as much as we're worried about playing conducive to the playoffs." And lo and behold, they have. This year, they seem to now really be buying in and really putting it together. And I'll tell you, it's a fun team to watch. And I mean, they beat up on bad teams. They play great against good teams. You're going to have your hits and misses. You're going to lose some games here and there, but even the losses aren't terrible. They've been pretty good. You have your rough patches. It's professional sports. You're never going to, outside of the 72 Dolphins, you're never going to beat everybody. And especially in a long season like hockey. But this All-Star break, I just worry, man, that momentum, man. We had so much good mojo going, 6-2-2 over the last 10, winning 4 in a row. We're just playing really good. You get a little bit of a break. But like you said, Vlad, it's a physical sport. It takes its toll on the body. You have to trust in Paul Maurice and those guys that the break is a good thing. They're a wily veteran team that knows how to win, and that the break isn't really going to slow them down. It's only going to just help them, relax them, make them feel a little bit better.
I agree with you. I'm sorry. My eyes were just I don't want to say captivated, but just distracted by what I'm seeing going on in the Pro Bowl.
I have no clue what's going on.
This looks like NASCAR. This is a pit stop.
They're literally pushing weights and holding first down markers and pulling first down markers. I thought they were supposed to be playing a flag football game at some point.
I think that's how it ends.
Okay.
This is
Moving the chain.
ridiculous. Hey man, just put $5 million for the winning team, man. How about that?
Yeah.
$5 million winner takes all.
Just seems really like a lot is going on that nobody knows what's going on. Everybody-
This looks like grade school
it's rough. It's
where
rough
all the
reading.
classes are like in a or like doing a journey or like a expedition. I don't want to say expedition, but like you got to find something like an Easter egg with different classes,
Yeah, I know.
and then they all got to work together.
I don't know what's going on, man.
This is ridiculous. I'm sorry, man. I was like, what is going on here? I saw penalty markers. I'm like, what's going on? Why is the line is the chain being moved? It's a tug of war. Oh, just get out. This is it.
It's enough reason to try to make it to the Super Bowl that you don't have to go to that event. Ugh.
This is what Tua and Tyreek are,
And Tyreek's
Are
on the
relegated
sidelines
too.
going crazy, dancing,
they're
screaming.
They're kids.
I'm telling you. Are you going to go to a Panthers game this week? I know we talked
Steve.
about it.
Yes, I am. I think I might go Thursday.
I think I might go Thursday for a little bit. You know, Duffy's from Plantation. is
You know
right
what?
down the road. I
That
go-
might be the move. Go to the game and then come check you out
We get-
afterwards.
We get a lot of people following the Panthers games that come into Duffy's and kind of hang out because it's a close sports bar, relatively close. You know, it's not right next door like Chili's and everything else is. What's your move at the Panthers games? Do you park at the mall?
Mall. If I don't have a pass, I'll park at the mall.
How far of a walk is it?
You got to know where to park
Okay.
so that you're not taking that long walk at the mall, and then you know that walk, right, where you're
You know,
trying to get.
I like that walk though.
I know you like that walk. You get the drink on, you know what I'm saying? You smoke a little smoky smoke, but you know what I'm saying? You got to know where you park. You got to park near the entrance.
Okay.
That near the street. You don't want to have to walk in like on the street and then jump on the grass and then make the turn to then wait for the light to turn green for you to cross the street and then get into to Sawgrass. I mean to get to the Marion.
Do you pregame at like a Chili's or anything, or do you do like me, just
Depends.
walk around? I like to walk around.
Depends
I
though.
like to walk
It
around.
depends. Because I live literally 15 minutes away.
Yeah,
so
that's
it's
true.
not really much of a pregame. Now if I'm meeting up with some people prior to the game, just meet up at Sawgrass and then just cross the street.
Pregame, because man, I will say this about Panthers: it's a great experience. It's fun to watch. It is expensive at Amerant Bank Arena.
It's expensive. But nothing's more expensive than the Kaseya Center.
Really?
Yeah.
I haven't. I'll tell you the honest truth. I have not bought food or drink at a sporting event in probably 10 years, Vlad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
But I have no problem buying $9 beers and $15 tacos at Vegan Tacos. No problem doing that.
Terrible.
Won't go to the Kaseya Center. Won't go to Amerant Bank Arena. Spend money there. That's why I like to do my pre-gaming, man. I do a little pre-game. Maybe I eat, drink, do what I want to do before, and then or afterwards, and then just go to the game. Plus, I don't want to get bogged down. I want to just enjoy the game and not be walking back and forth to the concession stand and everything like that. So, but yeah, Thursday looks like it could be a good Panthers game to head on out to. I know they got the Flyers that are going to be in town on Tuesday. That's always a big one because of the large amount of Philadelphia fans. And you got the Washington Capitals Thursday, both games at 7:00. And then Saturday, 6:00, the Avalanche. That should be a good one. Some of the beasts of the West against one of the beasts of the East. That's pretty good. I wouldn't mind seeing some of that action. And that's going to be Saturday before the Super Bowl. So you won't have any Super Bowl action. The Heat playing on Super Bowl Sunday at 2:00. That is weird. I understand the whole thought process behind it. I just don't like the thought process of you and I possibly having to work that game. Because that's going to put a damper on.
Wait, what time is that game?
The game's at 2:00.
We're not working.
Okay. Vlad says it. It's going to put a damper on our Super Bowl.
Pre-game starts at what, 12:30?
45 minutes before. So that would be
12:45?
12:45. I'm saying like we might have, or I might have to work the game.
Why? There's nothing on.
I know.
Uh,
We'll see. We'll see. But you got a couple Super Bowl parties you've been invited to. That's pretty cool, man.
yeah.
You're going to that they're parties. You're not going to like a bar or anything like that. Because I know
No.
everybody's-
It's a house party. These are
Yeah, house parties. That's probably my favorite way to go. But some people like the whole atmosphere and going to restaurants and bars and stuff like that. So everyone I can get the Super Bowl. So Super Bowl fun for everyone. We always have a good time.
Breaking news:
Oh, what we got? Okay.
Patrick Mahomes Sr. arrested for DWI.
Once again, senior.
Senior, not junior.
Man, that's tough right there, man. You gotta have that driving service. That's one of the few things I would do. Well, one of the few things. One of the many things I would do if I were ever really, really rich is I would never drive. I would have my own driver everywhere. I hate driving, man. I hate driving, and I do it all the time.
Mm.
But you kind of like driving, Vlad.
I love driving. Clears your head. Sometimes it's just you on the road and your thoughts.
When you lived in New York, did you have a car?
No, I didn't have to drive.
You don't need a car in New York, right?
No.
Or at least you didn't.
No, LA, I needed a car.
Oh, yeah, in LA, you need a car. In Miami, you need a car.
You need a car. Both
Some-
LA and Miami.
Now, Portland, oh man, Portland, Oregon, no need for a car, man. You take trains and buses and bicycles everywhere. I need to get my bicycle. That'd be sweet. All right, well, let's take a quick break. We're going to come back and delve into what's going on TV, if we even know what's going on TV with this all-pro bowl game.
Now they flag football.
There's Jalen Ramsey. All right. He's wearing a hat, a cap. Okay.
It says fangs. I'm just kidding.
We'll be back on Sports Day 560 WQAM. Gonna be sticking around a little extra today, getting you ready for the Heat Clippers game. Preheat with Alejandro Solana going to be at 4:45. That's when we are going to sign off. So Makuzan, Vladimir, and I are going to stick around for a little bit extra. As we say in Cajun French, lanyap, a little something extra for you. Hang out and get you ready for the game. Of course, the big game 1 week from today, 6:30 Eastern time. Patrick Mahomes versus Brock Purdy. Some people say Brock Purdy is a game manager. Other people say he is the next Joe Montana. But if he wins this game, and there is a possibility for him to win this game, realistically, does he prove that he is an elite quarterback in this league to you?
No.
No. I have the feeling, and Vlad, you have, please explain to people that might not know, or to someone that might not know, your theory behind Kyle Shanahan.
Oh, Kyle Shanahan doesn't want no big name quarterback because the biggest star of his offense is himself.
Exactly.
Because
Don't
if
you
that was the
think-
case, the San Francisco 49ers could have had a lot of great quarterbacks. They could have had Brady, Rodgers.
Look what they did to Trey Lance.
He just doesn't. He just wants a guy who's just going to follow what he says and just execute what he tells him to do, and that's it.
I thought about this too, Vlad, the other day, because I think about a lot of things. I take long walks. I know you do too. If Brock Purdy loses this game, and the 49ers lose the game, you can say the difference between Jimmy Garoppolo and Brock Purdy is nothing. Brock Purdy got you to NFC Championship games. Brock Purdy got you to the Super Bowl. Jimmy Garoppolo got you to NFC Championship games. Jimmy Garoppolo got you to the Super Bowl. Patrick Mahomes beat you. Are you any better off with Brock Purdy than you are Jimmy Garoppolo? Because that would be the same. You basically get the same result, just different quarterback. So a lot's on the line for Brock Purdy in this. And also, if he balls out, he can make a lot of money for Mr. Irrelevant. Whoo, making it happen. But do you think if there was another quarterback, let's say since I've been going at it on X, Justin Fields would be just as successful with the San Francisco 49ers as Brock Purdy?
What's your Justin Fields fascinating?
I've been for some reason pulled into Justin Fields. Okay, name another quarterback that's good but not great in this league.
Kirk Cousins.
Do you think Kirk Cousins and the San Francisco 49ers would be in the same spot that they are now?
Yes.
I do too. And I'm not. Do you think Brock Purdy playing for the Dallas Cowboys would be a successful quarterback?
No.
Okay. I agree with you wholeheartly. So it's the system.
It's the weapons around you.
And you got a good defense.
Like, I know Cam Newton's been ripped a lot over the past couple of months. And then just recently, when he said that Brock Purdy's the 10th best player on his team.
Could be true.
He's absolutely right. He might not be 10, but he's definitely in the lower part of the 10 than the top part.
I mean, you've got Run DMC.
You got CMC
or whatever.
No, I get you, but I knew you got CMC,
George Kittle.
Kittle's like in a 5, but if you really want to rank them, is CMC 1, Debo 2.
Oh yeah,
right. Trent Williams 3, Fred Warner 4, Nick Bosa 5.
What about Brandon Ayuk?
Kittle 6, Ayuk 7.
Because that Ayuk is a dangerous man.
So I just named 7 guys.
Yeah.
And that's not even talking about the safety.
Those defense.
The safety who was an all-pro who got hurt. And what's the kid that they got from the Philadelphia Eagles? Hargrove? Hargrove. Yeah. At best, he might be the eighth best player on that team. So yeah.
He said, if you think I'm a game manager, you haven't watched enough film.
I've watched enough games to know that you're a game manager, bro. You're a good one.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
I don't really think there's. Listen, game managers win. Brad Johnson.
You win a Super
Bowl. Brad Johnson won a Super Bowl.
Yes, sir.
Trent Dilfer won a Super Bowl.
Yes, sir. Mark Rippon won a Super Bowl.
Jeff Hostetler won a Super Bowl.
Exactly. Lesser men. Nick Foles. If you want to go that far, do we want to?
He wasn't really game managing. He was busting New England's ass.
Well, still. But what I'm saying is, you win the Super Bowl. Everybody has a different style. Not everybody is Patrick Mahomes that can just take over a game and win. Although, I mean, let's Patrick Mahomes. Like I told you, I talked to Duke Riley after a game one time. He's like, you can't hit him. because they're going to throw a penalty on you. And sure enough, you saw Duke Riley. He just kind of like didn't even shove him. He just bodied him in the playoff game. He's like, because if you hit Patrick Mahomes too hard, what happens? Flag.
On 3 occasions this season, I saw men have the opportunity
To light him up.
to light Patrick Mahomes' ass up,
And they didn't.
and they avoided it like the plague. And I was like, what in the world is going on?
Because he has that reputation now.
I don't care.
It's not fair.
If he's
And I like
there,
Patrick Mahomes.
if he's out of the pocket and he's a runner, and I have an open shot, I'm blowing him up.
I want to say this, and I'm all for protecting players and quarterbacks, but it has gotten a little excessive. Like when the quarterback goes to slide at the very last second and the guy's already going to tackle him and makes insignificant contact, they throw a flag. That's not fair. If you've already started your tackle motion and the guy is still upright, and then he all of a sudden goes down and you end up making contact, you shouldn't be flagged for that.
And you know what? Who cares if he has a dad bod?
Don't matter.
He could throw the ball. He could throw that pigskin.
Yeah. Josh Allen's the king of going down really late and getting a late flag because a guy is already in his tackling motion and hits Josh Allen. Yeah, Sergey on Twitch. I hadn't read that you said that yet. But yes, Josh Allen is the worst about going down very, very late. Second someone touches him, though, it's a flag.
Platinum Swords. Stop with the referees take over the games for the. So that's the other thing I hate. That comment's so true, man. You live long enough to go from hero to villain. When the Patriots and when we first saw Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs, they were everybody's favorite team because we were sick of seeing the Patriots over 2 decades of dominance. Now that they've earned their 6th year of dominance, we're starting to hate the Kansas City Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes, and now we're looking for any slight. Oh, why is there a referee? Look, man, it just happens like that. The same thing happened with the Golden State Warriors. We all love the light-skinned twins. We all love Clay and Steph.
Splash Brothers?
The Splash, well, yeah, I call them the light-skinned twins. We all love the Splash Brothers until, guess what? We were getting sick and tired of it. Why did we do this as a sports world, man? Why do we do this as fans? It's like we build you up to then, break you down just to build you back up again.
Right. And everybody at first with Kansas City, they've, never won. They haven't been relevant for so long, or they haven't won anything. They haven't gone to the playoffs. They haven't been in the Super Bowl in 52 years. And now it's like, oh God, I wish Kansas City would just lose. It's not fair. They get away with murder. It's like, no, it's okay. But yeah, we get very tired as a fan base. Unless it's your team, get very tired of a team that is perennial champions.
I get it, fine. If it's not 305, you get no love from me. I get that, and I respect that. But let's not just say that, referees are helping them out and stuff like that. No, they're just a better team. They win. That's it. They make plays.
This is what I noticed years ago, and I used to always say, Alabama gets every call, and The thing is, I think I realized that they don't get special treatment or calls, but they're always competitive enough and in a position that a call makes a difference. And in your mind, it's like, the referees are cheating for him. If that call wouldn't have happened, Alabama wouldn't have won. But the thing is, a team that's down by 21 points, when a call happens, whatever.
That's when I know you're good. When you need everything perfect to happen for you to win. And you're rooting for everything perfect to happen for you to win. So like anything that falls on the side of luck for the other team, you're upset with it. That's craziness.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Look, as much as you think the fix is on, the refs are not fixing games. It would ruin the league. These refs are audited, and they watch every single play and get judged on every single play by an internal NFL arbitrary source that, of course, is paid by the NFL. But nonetheless, they're not fixing these games. They don't want to see Taylor Swift in the Super Bowl, so that's why Kansas City's been winning all these games and making it through to the Super Bowl. They just won. They found ways to win. That's it. Buffalo.
Damn, but we did miss a great. What would have been one of the greatest Super Bowls ever?
If it had been Detroit
Baltimore.
and Baltimore.
All the pimps that would have been out there.
Those cities are known for their grimier sides.
What? You would have seen Buffs and Cartiers.
It would have been nice.
Versus people that can't say the
In
word
Vegas.
two.
In Vegas.
Two. They
Thank
can't
you.
say two.
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 I think I like Baltimore more than Detroit as a city.
I
though.
don't know
I'm just
about
talking
that.
about visiting. I like both. I've been to both.
One has a, you could die for the full blown HIV in one city, and the other one you just can't drink their water.
Tough times, man.
Hard times. But
Detroit though
they would have been pimping in Vegas though.
They have had kind of a renaissance though, from what I understand. It's kind of like the hipsters have moved in because maybe it's more affordable. Trust me, my rent's about to go up again. I might be in Detroit in a couple of years myself, But yeah, that would have been fun. I would have liked to seen Baltimore and Detroit. To be honest, that was and then we might do a new segment soon. Vlad, how do you feel about this? It's called My Heart, My Wallet, where you talk about what your heart wants, but where your wallet's going in games.
I like it.
Because my heart was with Detroit and Baltimore, but my wallet was with San Francisco and Kansas City.
Well, then your wallet was smart.
So where is my wallet and my heart going to be for the Super Bowl? We'll see. We'll see.
I already know where both is going to be.
Maybe Vlad will tell you next. We're going to take a quick break, come back. Sports Day 560 WQAM.
1-800-747-3733.
It's time for Sports Day.
Beautiful day.
Turn it up. It's Sports Day with Dan Day.
Do a little extended version with my cousin Vladimir Lewis on I Am a Dan Day. Taking your text 305-567-056. You can also jump up on the YouTube and Twitch page 560 WQAM. My dude Rudy, he owns Constantine's Woodshop, Oakland Park, right by Funky Buddha. Hit me up. Dan,
I love Funky Buddha, bro.
I do too. He says, "What's up? Who's your pick for the big game?" Well, I got the AFC winning the Pro Bowl today. Oh, that's not what he's asking. Okay,
I have the FC winning the Super Bowl.
I do too. My heart and my wallet are gonna, and I reserve the right to change the audible. But right now, my heart and my wallet say Kansas City's going to win.
I'm not going against 1-5, man.
Nah, it's too much, man. Andy Reid, too much, man. Taylor
87.
Swift, same difference. 87, Taylor Swift, same difference. I just believe in him, man. That's up. That's my belief. I do not like the 49ers. Personally, I don't like them. I think they're a good team. That's not taking anything away from them. But
Jeez.
I audibled last year, going about 15 minutes before the Super Bowl. I had the Eagles. And I saw everyone on TV pick the Eagles. And I turned to my dude Nathan. I said, I'm going with Kansas City. And he was like, wait, why are you changing? I said, to be honest with you, I just got a gut feeling after everybody picked the Eagles that Kansas City's going to win. He's like, well, that's not a reason to switch. I said, it's my reason to switch. Sometimes you got to go with your gut. I was right. Kansas City won. Right now, I think Kansas City's going to win because you got Patrick Mahomes and you got a team that just seems to know how to win against another team that, in the past, at least, seems to know how to lose. They had Kansas City dead to rights here in Miami. Kansas City found a way to not only win, but win pretty big. Could see a lot of that happening again. Very much so. Very much so. But yeah, we'll see. It could change over the week. I mean, you never know. Patrick Mahomes' dad's going through some things.
I know his third arrest, DWI, driving while intoxicated. It's, yeesh. It's not good there, Patrick Senior.
He just, I mean, and I don't want to get too much into it because that's a very personal thing.
Nah, I love
just,
Patrick Senior.
He just doesn't care.
No, he cares. I mean, yeah, I see what I get where you're going there.
He's just like, oh, whatever.
I mean, he met his wife.
I'm really was kind of looking forward to you and I going to Jensen's and me picking you up some prestige, but you got things to do. I understand. It's important.
This guy.
I'm not sour or bitter about it at all, Vlad.
Yeah, you sound sour and bitter.
I'm not. I really am not, man. But oh man. But yeah. But Patrick Mahomes Patrick Mahomes, I will say this. He seems like, I do not know him, never met him. He seems like he's a well put together, upstanding man. Some of the people that surround him, though, are questionable, Vlad. Like his wife, she's kind of weird.
You know what? I'm done with her.
She's weird. Now, on that show, the QB show on Netflix, she actually came across as a little more personable than I thought she was going to be. I actually thought she was halfway normal.
I think we're weird as a society.
She's a little up, nose up, but
yeah, we're weird as a society where we act like when somebody becomes really great at what they do, and we take interest into it, we also take interest in who they're supposed to be with. I know I fall victim to that as well. I also say, once you reach a certain status of celebrity, you got to upgrade.
Oh, yeah.
You saw what happened with Russell Wilson.
Oh, yeah.
Russell Wilson's first wife wasn't,
Tom Brady.
No, I'm not knocking Tom Brady because Bridget's beautiful.
No, I'm talking about when he started making it big, he and
started
Giselle
dating
got together.
Right, but he was already dating Bridget Monahan.
Yeah.
She's Bridget Monahan.
But you do need to upgrade. Yeah,
but yeah, when you reaching that level right now, you need to upgrade.
You're
and
not on the same level.
You got to understand. Like, all right,
I like the story
Dwayne
of
Wade. Dwayne Wade?
Yeah, true
Dwayne
story.
Wade.
But look, Patrick Mahomes, it's a great story. He was a year younger than her in high school. He asked her out. He was the fat kid.
He wasn't a fat kid. I think that's what everybody get it wrong. Like,
I thought that she said he was a fat kid.
No. If you see Patrick Mahomes as a kid when he was a teenager,
I should probably watch shows on Netflix more sober.
Yeah,
nonetheless,
he was
high school sweetheart.
He was that guy.
She was the hot girl at school. He eventually was the quarterback. They started dating. They got married. This is the thing, though. You're not on that level anymore. You're a different level. You need to get someone that understands your level. His brother, Jackson Mahomes, is a little iffy, to say the least. Jackson Mahomes is a little crazy, messed up. His pops has his run-ins with the law.
I love Daddy Mahomes, man.
I like
Pat
OGs.
Senior.
I like OGs.
He's an OG.
And I
That's
mean,
what I like about him.
I'm not condemning nor condoning what he has done recently.
I respect it. My man said he met his mom. Yeah, met his mom at a liquor store. When I saw her, I knew I had to have her.
So he played baseball, correct? Major League Baseball.
Yes.
Yes, he did. I think
He played for the Mets.
Okay, I knew he
and the
played for the New York
Twinkies.
team. Yeah. He's just an OG, man.
He's an OG. I smoking that Burrow pack. I love that. I love that. I got that special Lamar.
Look, my goal in life is to be an old man that sits around and drinks and talks all day.
Dude, that would be a great life.
That's
If
all I want.
Listen. I was a young little whippersnapper. I wanted to be the guy that's drinking beer and smoking cools,
At the middle of 10 a.m., 11 a.m., didn't matter. to me.
looking chic
Look,
at Cologne on.
I'm sitting there one time talking to my dude Nathan and my guy Giuseppe, Cuban refugee. He's 71 years old. My friend Nathan goes, "You don't want to end up like Joe." I said, "I thought that was the goal, to end up like Joe." No job, hanging out, drinking, doing whatever else you want to do. I want to just be an OG, man. Just you and me, Vlad. You and I. Just sitting around all day, drinking Prestige, smoking cool menthols.
Yeah, you be
Hanging
smoking menthols.
I'm not a big smoker. I leave that to other people.
Yes.
See, we.
Yes.
That's so funny. French people say we. If you're like Haitian or Cajun, you say yeah.
No, we said we.
Oh, you say we? Oh, Cajun people don't say we. You say yeah. Huh? Key? My mom the other day was going key. I was like, all right. I said, tu parles en français parce que, and I said the person écoutez is listening, and she said, qui?
Looked at you like you were silly.
Well, it was on the phone, but yeah. Well, she didn't understand why she had to switch up languages because someone was listening to our personal conversation. We'll do it. Oh man, the Heat, they got a game tonight.
Yes, sir. 2 hours. Less than 2 hours.
6 o'clock tip against the LA Clippers. That's going to be an interesting game. Like I said, I feel as though they win. At least in my mind, everything's cool. They lose, not good. Dolphins, they have hired Ravens assistant head coach Anthony Weaver as their defensive coordinator. If Mr. Weaver has to offer, big question mark, but then again, we got a long way to go. We haven't even got to the Super Bowl yet. He's got some talent on that team. We don't know exactly what it's going to look like. So,
Well, all right. First and foremost, let's get into it. He's 43 years old.
he's played in the league.
He's playing in the league, so he's going to be more relatable to these young players.
Seems like everything opposite to Vic Fangio. To be honest with you, Vlad.
Definitely the total opposite than Vic Fangio. He's
See what direction the Dolphins
Vic
are
is
going.
white, Anthony's black.
That is true.
Yeah.
Deny that.
What was he? He was the second round. He was drafted in the second round by the Ravens.
And I think
out
he's
of Notre
coached
Dame.
for 6 or 7 years, correct? It's some
Yes, he's coached for the Browns, the Bills, the Ravens, and Texans, and the
right, which is an unknown for which is an uncharted territory for like someone like him to bounce around from team to team. You just that's not a red flag.
No, it's not a red flag.
Actually, it's a positive. You have
He
more
played
experience.
6 seasons in the NFL.
Yeah, so he knows the game. He knows ball. He's going to be probably a little more relatable to the players. I'm assuming. Vic Fangio did not seem very relatable.
I have some respect on Vic.
I do. You and I both said he did a great job.
I think he did a phenomenal job. Just seeing what dude, Vic is old. The old don't got time for all of this, man. They just want to get their stuff good and watch Matlock.
He's that old East Coast roughneck.
Yeah, man. Come on, bro. You don't want to hear about South Beach. By the time they're heading out to South Beach, he's in the middle of his REM sleep.
He ain't going to Instagram. He ain't hitting
Graham,
the TikTok.
TikTok.
You don't want that garbage.
You don't even know what Taylor Swift music is.
Right.
Let him
This is
be,
the
bro.
77 on the way home.
Yeah, let him be. Let
What
him
do you
be.
think a wild night would be for you?
Metamucil.
I would say some aged bourbon, a cigar, and watching old football films. I'm serious.
Watching Y.E. Tittle.
Y.A. Tittle. Yeah, LSU great. Y.A. Tittle.
Y.E. Tittle. Titillate.
Very nice. Very nice. I mean, we don't even know what a wild Mike McDaniel night is for that matter. We know,
Nah, there
we
used
know
to
what
be.
it's not.
It's not drinking.
No drinking no more. He's a party boy. I thought that was kind of weird. Hard Knocks. But he called himself a party boy.
Yeah, coach. I never want to hear you say you're a party.
That sounded, it came out weird too. Did you notice that?
I tell you, it would make him too much of a star, and that's what happens with all of this. You notice the guys that they try to make, like they showcase the most, are the ones after when their season doesn't pan out the way that it was supposed to. They get criticized the most. Aaron, it happened with Aaron, and it happened with Mike McDaniel.
I really thought they should have made Tyreek Hill more of a star of the show. It seemed like they just kind of introduced him at the beginning. He's called the Cheetah because he's the fastest player in the NFL, and they just kind of
Yeah, but Tyreek was having fun with them. Tyreek was going to let them see as much as he wants, but that's it. I think if I look back at the Hard Knocks in training, I think a lot of Dolphins players did it, but I don't think they were really into it. I'll tell you, Jalen Ramsey never looked like he was into it.
I'll tell you the best storyline in all that Hard Knocks was the Zach Sealer, Christian Wilkins.
The Wilkins, Sealer,
Ebony and
Van
Ivory.
Ginkel, those stuff was good, but it didn't seem like. And here's the other thing: every time they did talk to the players, like they don't even get hurt.
Yeah, they harped on that a lot. I mean, it was a major storyline for the Dolphins.
Yeah, but I mean, once was all right, twice okay, 3 times, like it's like 3-4 times.
And
It's
I
like
can just
all
see
right.
editors rushing every headline, trying to put as much as they could about. The
And then
injured
you know
player.
what? I got to give them credit. Give HBO and the people Max credit because to the turnaround they had to do with certain
Oh, it's
games,
crazy.
like the Monday night game against the Titans, he turned that around in 24 hours to give us the after effects of the loss. I give them credit, but I think I hope teams take a better look at doing the Hard Knocks in season. And
I think their hands are kind of forced in it. Like I don't think you have much of a say. The
I
NFL
don't
tells
think
you,
it was, I mean, the
you play by our rules. You do this. You can deny it. And but
I think the Dolphins wanted it. I think the Seahawks wanted it as well. Anytime you can show this team down for that. It didn't work out well. Like it didn't work out well for the Cardinals, and it didn't work out well for the Colts.
Right. And people say the Rams, they were in season and they went on to win the Super Bowl.
No, they didn't have it in
They
season.
didn't have them in season?
Mhm.
Okay. I still think the Dolphins would have faltered down the stretch whether the Hard Knocks was there or not.
Right.
I don't think Hard Knocks was the reason why.
So now we thought that, and we saw how the season panned out, and we saw how it ended. What was the cause of it? What would you say is the number one cause of the season ending the way it did? And the reason why when we answer that, I try to tie everything.
Number one cause of the season unwinding sort of the way it did. I would say twofold. Injuries did play a part in it.
Mm-hmm.
I think coaching ran out of bullets.
So
We
okay,
got figured out.
that's the
Got
reason
outcoached.
why. That's the reason why.
The
I'm
games we
saying
lost to good teams got outcoached.
2 years in a row with the end of the season. The coach, first year you gave him a pass. It was his first time coaching, but he said he wanted to run the ball more. That did not happen this season. And when I take a step back and I look at the teams, I'm like, you know what? The defense the last 2 years for the season kept you in games. Mm-hmm. Kept you in that Buffalo game last year. Not in 03, 02. When you went to Buffalo.
Yeah.
In that Saturday night game.
That freezing cold game.
Right.
People were throwing snow.
Right.
Yeah.
And that defense actually got the turnover, took the lead. So they made plays. That defense also made plays in the wild card game. Yeah. Defense made plays against the Packers. Defense held you in those two. Offense sputtered, lost 5 in a row, 2 got hurt. So, right, injuries, everything just snowballed. Fine. Last season, You bring in Fang.
Mhm.
You brought in Jalen Ramsey. Ramsey gets hurt. Off defense was struggling a little bit. But once Ramsey came back,
They're great.
other than the Titans 2-minute debacle
Yeah.
and the beatdown by everybody's best team at the time,
And Vlad, I don't blame the defense as much as the uncreative play calling by Mike McDaniel when we had the ball and we could have killed a little more time or gotten a play where we got a first down. But nonetheless, yes.
so then you look at it, then you got to look at I think what's upsetting to everyone is the why for the team, which has been the offense, is also the why that the team hasn't moved on towards the end of the year. That's why they failed towards the end of the season. You got to look at who's running the offense. The coach and the quarterback. The quarterback gave you 18 games this year, led the league in yards and everything. So now, is it the offensive coordinator who happens to be the head coach as well, not utilizing his playbook, not being made? Is he too stubborn? Is he too stubborn?
Too rigid?
Too rigid? Or was he feeling himself? Because he was the celebrity, he was the star.
Saying stuff on the sidelines like, I can't imagine this being more than one play this series. Oh, man. Like, oh, look at me in the eyes. I'm looking at you in the eyes, Matt I'm so
Crosby.
good at my job, I can wear shoes and pants like this. You're saying that, it's on the record. So,
Yeah. You start feeling yourself. You were everybody started loving you. You became Halloween costume. Everybody's Halloween. You became out of nowhere like a top 10 Halloween costume. People were walking around being Mike McDaniel. Well, this is year 3, my guy. You made the playoffs 2 years in a row, but you got 2 wild cards. Year 3. That's a lot of expectations going into year 3.
And like you bring up a good point. Excuses are starting to go away. You can't use the excuse that you're a new coach anymore. You can't use these excuses, oh, there's an Tua injury, this. It starts to be, and you can't use the excuse like we're progressing, we're getting better every year. Now it's starting to be like, coach,
You gotta win. Like next year, you gotta win against those teams that are perceived to be the best teams in the league with the winning records. You have to win those games. You gotta win. You gotta show that you can win a game in the cold. Like, yeah, there's a lot. Like you gotta you gotta make the playoffs. You gotta win the playoffs.
No, next
You can't falter. You can't backdoor your way in anything.
right here, right now, as it stands, it is a failure next year for the Dolphins
If
they have a season.
Dan, if they have the same scenario
failure.
next year that they had this year, where they had destiny was in their hands, they can control. I mean, they can control their own destiny. Everything that they wanted, that they was right within their grasp, and they let that slip away. Sorry, bro. Streets need a body. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Streets gonna need many bodies.
You're right. You're right. It sounds terrible, but it's unacceptable what you did this past season next season. That's the nature of the beast. What are we doing here? That's the standard that we're holding ourselves to. Barely making the playoffs and not doing anything in the playoffs. I understand there's all types of extenuating circumstances. Every year there's going to be circumstances. That's why you and I don't play the excuse game. Every year somebody's going to be hurt. Every year there's going to be a cold weather game. Every year there's always going to be something. So none of that. You can every year yourself to losing your job, which is happening to a lot of guys and girls in the sports world.
Right.
But, no buts. Like Ari Gold said in Entourage, there are only scoreboards in life. There are no asterisks in life. There's only scoreboards. At the end of the day, you got to win. Or else,
Ari Gold.
I wish he was my manager. Gonna close things up next with my cousin Vladimir Lewis on Sports Day 560 WQAM.
to us anywhere, live or on demand. Just download the free Odyssey app and make WQAM your favorite station. And there we are, 24/7.
Yesterday's price is not today's price.
Final segment, getting you ready for Heat Clippers. Are the Clippers for real? Are they the Clippers of old, where they look good, and then in the playoffs they just kind of?
Nah, man, they good though.
They are good.
And by the way, and I want to go to their new arena. You know
Does
that
look hot,
it
man.
looks nice. You know Steve Ballmer's gonna have that thing lit. So
That's true. That's
Yeah.
true, man. You believe in this Heat team tonight? I think they're going to win.
not the y'all lose.
Okay, I just wanted to ask.
You know what? He win. Let me take that back. He win. I think the Clippers went out last night.
I think so too. I just think that the Heat, they need this one more than the Clippers do. So that's my reasoning. I've been wrong before. I just feel as though they're going to get it together and get it going. They're at home. It's a Sunday. The Clippers were out last night. I saw them at the goth party. They were hanging out. Paul
I don't
George.
think they were at the
Oh,
golf
that wasn't
party.
Paul George?
No,
Oh, okay. Maybe I missaw.
might have been Boy George.
There was people that looked like Boy George there. I will say that. We're going to talk about that too. But what are you doing the rest of the afternoon, Vlad? I know you said you're going to spend some family time.
Spend time with the fam, and then watch this game. I got some parlays.
Ooh, I saw you messing on your phone earlier. I don't want to get
Yeah.
in your business, you know.
Yeah, I was kind of worried about this Orlando Detroit game, but it's working in my favor now.
All right. I'm gonna kind of do the same, man. I'm gonna go see my family, Giuseppe and Nathan, for a little bit. Nathan's been working over at the Lone Depot Park with the pitcher's mound and everything, so he's gonna have some time off. I'm gonna go see them, kind of get ready for the Super Bowl, and then I'm gonna go play with my bunnies and kind of just take the afternoon and just kind of relax. And I told you there's a police officer in my neighborhood who pulls everybody over. I am scared to death to go home. Not that I'm doing anything wrong. It's just I don't need to get pulled over, man, for no reason. And then
Nah, you don't want that, bro.
So I'll text you when I get home, Vlad. and-
Yeah, please do. I told you that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Just text. So you're 10 minutes away. Just get
know.
home and then get everything and then just enjoy the rest of your Sunday.
Yeah, I think I got to go
evening.
buy some fried rice and do all that. Last night was very interesting, Vlad. I'll say this.
Talk to me.
I thought about you. Well, so I started off at the Anderson because getting some vegan tacos and a few drinks. They had a birthday party, and it was a woman who was, maybe late 40s, early 50s. It was her birthday party. So it was an 80s DJ, and she was playing nothing but 80s music. It was fun. It was cool. I let the woman go to the bathroom, like I said, ahead of me. I let her skip me in line. And she was very grateful, offered me some strawberry shortcake, literally strawberry shortcake. And we it was nice. So then walked over to the goth party at Mad Records Cafe, and it just wasn't right, man. Not for me. The music was good. They were having some technical issues. Trust me, I know about technical issues. So I was giving them the benefit of the doubt. Took me a really long time to order a drink. Finally, I was like, man, the vibe at the Anderson's a little bit better than here. So I had to jettison from the goth party back to the Anderson. And then they started playing EDM music later in the night. It was good. It was cool. Woke up today, still feeling it from the night before. And now, like I said, I'm going to have a few beers when I get home, play with my bunnies, go see Giuseppe and Nathan, and just kind of relax, Vlad. Kind of relax. What did you do last night? I think I asked you, but we've been on the air for 8 hours.
Nothing, man. Just went on. Watched the
Lakers.
Lakers and the Knicks. That was pretty much it, bro. Just,
You're at
you know,
home?
Yeah, watched the game at home and then stepped out.
I still owe
with
you.
a couple of friends.
I still owe you because your Knicks beat my Miami Heat.
Yeah, we'll do it this
I
week.
got you, man.
I'm coming
Cool.
to the Panther game. I'm gonna
Come
come
out to
check you guys. Come check
Yeah.
you guys after that Thursday night
I'm
Panther
up
game.
Thursdays and Fridays. I'm at Duffy's all the time, man. It's been crazy good, man. Crazy fun and good.
She, my favorite.
Sabrina
server-
is on Thursday nights. Sabrina's there on Thursdays. It's not Sabrina. Justin's there both nights. Justin's got that laugh.
Yeah,
He admits it. So I'm not
Yeah.
telling
But I'm
tales
gonna-
out of school.
I just want to say hi to Sabrina.
She'll be there on Thursday, not Friday.
I'll be there
She'll work
Thursday.
Friday. Although she might want to work Fridays because Fridays are kind of popping sometimes. But nonetheless, as a bartender, man, that's the thing. That's crazy. Have you ever been a bartender, Vlad?
No,
Okay. When the party starts, you start working. It's kind of weird like that. It's weird.
you're supposed to have the party going. You're the
You're
the
the
reason.
reason. Same thing with the whole DJ and stuff. Like, what are you doing this weekend? DJ in the party. Now, don't mean I'm not partying and drinking some Guinness Stout and having a good time. That's not the point. But it's not a laid back, relaxing evening and stuff like that. Nonetheless, so kind kind of what we're dealing with. I do think the Heat win tonight, like you and I talked about. Is there anything else of note happening tonight? Let's see.
Nah, bro. We in the look, listen.
We're
This
in the
is dead
doldrums.
time. Yeah, this is dead time. What's
college
going to
basketball
happen? I
games.
think what's going to happen. We're going to hear a lot of trade rumors. Lakers are playing well. Knicks been playing well. Cleveland's playing well. Miami wins tonight. They've been playing well. So it's going to be what teams are going to do anything to add to their roster right now to make that last run.
DeJounte Murray's the guy everyone's going to be talking about.
DeJounte Murray's the guy.
And I believe in DeJounte Murray, to be honest with you.
And I believe we're going to start hearing I don't like another week of baby goat Mahomes, if he wins a third before 30 and is Brock elite, what does that mean for the Mr. Relevant if he's like Super Bowl MVP? And then obviously there's gonna be the prop bets. If the Chiefs win, does Travis Kelce propose to Taylor Swift right there on stage?
Oh, I never thought of that.
You never thought of that? That's the first thing I thought about.
Brad, great job. That would be epic. If Kansas City wins, Travis Kelce gets up there. You know what?
Every little girl would cry in America.
I love this woman. Will you marry me? Oh, I might cry, Vlad. I ain't gonna lie.
I cry if she says no.
That would be hilarious. I mean,
cry and laughter.
I don't
No, but
and I like Travis Kelce.
I know I love Travis Kelce. He's
He'll be
definitely
all right.
invited to the BBQ. But what I'm saying is, there's a lot of things you're gonna be hearing again because we've had a week off, really, of not talking about anything. Look what we're talking about, Tua. Obviously the local news down here is like Tua looks out of shape a little. He looked like he hasn't been training or anything like that. Obviously, as days go on, we're gonna be looking more at the contract. After the Super Bowl's the combine, and after the combine's the new year.
Well, I hate to end on a bad note, but it has been announced that MetLife Stadium is going to get the 2026 World Cup final, not Hard Rock Stadium. And the U.S. men's national team are going to kick things off in Los Angeles, so not down here. I think most people down here want it to be a pool here in Miami. Of course, you play all over the country. So
yeah, they just want South America.
Yeah, I was gonna say they want Colombia. If Colombia's in it, Argentina should make it.
Brazil,
Uruguay, countries like that, and the U.S. men's national team because we love the U.S. men's national team. I do.
Well,
Man,
well, I mean, it makes sense.
I mean, people get so mad at me, and it's kind of a joke.
Do you admit? So the final will be played at MetLife.
MetLife in
Where
New
will
York.
the semifinals be played at?
I haven't looked. I mean, I just saw the headline flash about.
So I have a feeling it probably one will be in Chicago and the other one will be in Los Angeles.
They do like Dallas too. Remember? In the
or
past.
Dallas as well. Maybe Dallas and Los Angeles.
Opening match will be in Mexico City. You and I talked about Mexico City off the air. Maybe 2026. Hola, ¿cómo está? Canada is going to host the first ever men's World Cup match. I don't know. But yeah, for all the people who have asked for tickets to World Cup games, I don't have that type of pull yet in my life. We shall see. They don't really stand. I don't see any of the details, but it will be awesome to have a game here in South Florida. I'm very excited about that. I mean, I'll go see Japan versus, Russia. I don't know if Russia will have a team then. Japan versus Morocco, Morocco actually had a good run last time, so I better not say that. Cameroon versus Japan. I'll go. I'm sure everybody would be willing to fork over some money and just go see a World Cup match. It should be really fun. Should be great. But MetLife Stadium is New York, big city of dreams, or New Jersey. Is it in New Jersey?
It's in Jersey.
Yeah, close enough. And the men going to kick off at SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles.
So if they're going to kick off in Los Angeles, I think you're right. I think the semifinals are going to be in Detroit. Dallas.
They love Dallas.
And maybe Dallas and Detroit, maybe Ford Field.
Well, with them kicking off the first game in Mexico City, that means that they probably aren't going to do it would make sense to have a semifinal, one of the semifinals in Mexico, one in Canada, and then the final.
I think they're going to,
but I don't think
that's why they'll move it to Dallas. That way it's close to Mexico, and hopefully the borders aren't put up, or maybe they are.
Man, And then maybe the other semifinal might be in Seattle or something, so it's close to
I don't
Canada.
think they'll go that far west. I think they'll keep it in the east.
Mhm.
Maybe DC, maybe Chicago.
Some people from Europe and Central America can make it over there.
Yeah, maybe Atlanta.
So Europe has 16 slots, Africa 9, Asia 8, South America 6. Wow. And CONCACAF is going to have 3 and Oceania has 1. Okay, so US is already in. We know that they have qualified. Mexico and Canada also as host countries. They have qualified. The rest is up in the air. So theoretically, we don't know who's going to be in there. But it's going to be awesome. It's going to be fun. And it's going to be finally the United States winning a FIFA World Cup. That's how it culminates. MetLife Stadium. That would be the greatest, second, maybe third greatest day of my life.
Really?
It really would, man.
Jeez.
Sports day. Super Bowl, Saints, can't beat that.
LSU.
LSU with Joe Burrow winning it all, the Heisman, the dream year. That's number 2. Number 3, the U.S. winning the World Cup. That would be something. That'd be something like, I don't know, I'm getting excited.
Messi's going to be 38 by that time, huh?
He said that this last World Cup was his final, but now he's kind of crawfishing on that a little bit.
And Ronaldo would be what, 40?
Yeah, something like that. Still probably going to be balling. I hope they are.
France is going to win it all.
I mean, Kylian Mbappe is going to be just at his
France is-
prime.
I'm just France is going to win it all.
Dude, France was so good that they were sick the whole tournament. Some of their guys like Pogba didn't play, Benzema didn't play. They still almost won the whole thing.
They should. If you watch that game,
I
again.
thought that goal at in the extra time, I thought that was in. I got up, I was taking my shirt off, and I was like, how did he miss that goal?
One of my dearest friends is Argentinian, and some of my favorite female friends are Argentinian. So I can say this now. Yeah, I got away with one. Y'all lucky.
Yeah,
Because they were sick and Mbappe was Mbappe.
you might have outplayed France, but Mbappe was Mbappe. Griezmann was out. They took him out early. So they're already down their second best player. What's his name? Claude Giroux. He was gone, pulled out of there. Benzema didn't play. Pogba, I think Pogba, though, he might never play again. He's got some drug issues, like performance-enhancing drug issues. So,
Who doesn't?
I mean, well, what French guy doesn't have drug issues? Come on, man. Bon. But nonetheless, and once again, there are no theoretical championships. Kudos. Congratulations. I'm happy for Argentina. I'm happy for Lionel Messi and the whole crew. See what happens. Hopefully he can make it happen with Inter Miami. That's what we're worried about, Vlad. Inter Miami for now. Maybe one day they'll be in the new stadium. Maybe they won't. We don't know. Kick it off. We'll see. Maybe we'll go to a game this year. We'll be allowed.
They gonna allow us?
No.
We gotta get credentials.
We tried. I tried a couple times.
We gotta get credentials, bro.
We got to start pulling strings. We need to stop being nice guys, Vlad. We need to start pulling some strings.
Oh, we gotta be a-holes?
Might have to. We
Is
might
that what you're
have
trying
to.
to tell me?
Might have to. Well, we might just have to start asking some of our guys, being like, "Hey, look, being nice has gotten us nowhere. Now we need you guys to bully around for us." Love Inter Miami. So that okay, we got some World Cup news. Tyreek Hill, he scored a touchdown in the Pro Bowl.
All right.
Hong Kong government issues a statement that disappointed in Messi for the no-show.
I know, I saw that.
Does the government need to get involved? Okay, so the government gets involved in something like that. Okay, there we go. So yeah, Vlad, that's about it. Well, I appreciate you spending some time with us today.
Oh my God, another 4-hour and 45-minute extravaganza. You might hear this again in another month or so if the Miami Hurricanes go to the Final Four.
Oh yeah, that was a legendary day. We did 7 hours of pregame.
Jesus.
Danny Rabinowitz from 3 locations: the lobby, his car, and the court at the Final Four.
Yeah, we were there. So
What a day.
thank you all for joining us this Sunday afternoon.
Make the most of it. Drive safely. I stress that because this one cop in my neighborhood pulls everybody over for no reason.
Don't get pulled over.
Do not drive safely. Have fun.
Enjoy this beautiful Sunday evening.
Hug your mom.
Hopefully the Heat beat the Clippers.
There's nothing else really going on unless you want to watch Stanford and Arizona. You watch the Heat game. Listen to the Heat game. Enjoy the game.
Take the over
Take the over.
in Arizona.
I'm speaking out
Stanford.
loud. For my cousin Vladimir Lewisson, I am Dan Day.
We'll be
Heat.
back on next weekend.
This has been Sports Day on 560 WQAM. Later,
Later,
slugs.
fools.
Sunday evening basketball.